Hey, everybody, it is your good friend, the safety doc, from down here in the North Star recording studio, where it's starting to cool off a little bit, but not too much. It is not heated down here. So once the cold weather sets in Wisconsin, the temps drop pretty drastically, but it's okay. It's all right for today. I am still kind of working out the lighting here. For some reason, it's very dark around my eyes, even though I've kind of moved some of the lighting. So this might be a little better on audio playback than anything else. Hey, welcome to SAST. Too many in the house, and our good friend Joe Dolio from the state of Michigan. Joe Dolio, Tactical Wisdom. So yeah, check out what he's got going on, patches, books, and he has a Tuesday night podcast where he is interviewed on Brooke something America. I'm sorry I don't have it up right now, but I've been listening to it. So thank you. So what I wanted to address tonight was this, I think, misperception or incomplete perception people have about the supply chain crisis, right? Or the supply chain collapse, however you want to describe it. Something of saying, it's a transitory event in time. Like, we're predicting what, 6 months, things will start to quote unquote normalize, right? What does that really mean? And so the thing is, it's much bigger than that. And this is where people aren't having the discussion. And I wrote about it in the Velocity of Information, which also the website is live now. So the velocityofinformation.com is my website and for the book. So there's Joe Dolio, and there is SAST, too many. So yeah, velocityofinformation.com. All it does right now is just link over to my press release for the book, but soon it will link over to Amazon, once the book is released. But yes, got that set up today. So what do we hear on the news? Supply chain, we're waiting for, ships to be docked and cargo crates to be unloaded and these types of things. There's another big sentinel event, which is happening right now. And this is the evolution from just-in-time manufacturing to 3D printed manufacturing. I wrote about this again in Velocity of Information, did additional research on this today. So Joel, excited for the book. Thank you. I'm excited too. Like I have the book to the left of me. I read through the book almost daily and continue to take notes, talking points. So when it does release in February, and I start to do some interviews and do some author events that I can speak pretty fluently on it without having to go back and to reference things, and I can make little tags on pages and pulling out some quotes and stuff like that. So yeah, and I'm like, I'm very glad. This was a section I didn't know if I would leave in the book or not. The discussion of how velocity of information, how the changes we're experiencing right now with chaos are partly due to this move toward 3D printing for manufacturing. And I'm glad I left it in because it's extremely relevant, and I think it's going to be more prevalent. People are going to recognize it more going forward. But let me kind of tell you what I'm thinking about. So one of the lesser mentioned reasons for the sustained and worsening supply chain disruption is that manufacturing has entered the transfer portal between just-in-time manufacturing and 3D printing. In other words, an old technology, just-in-time, is being usurped by a new technology, 3D printing. The pandemic hastened the process, and the question to answer is how the baton pass will occur on a racetrack that is quaking. I wrote that. So yeah, hey, Zippy! Our good friend Zippy is in the house. So there it is. All right, yeah, all right, Zippy. Yeah, and it is also our good friend Bacon Maldito, representing Inglewood, California. Maybe not at the moment, but still represents Inglewood, California. They're actually completing a statue of Bacon, which will be in front of the Dismores IGA, the new one opening on 32nd and Grand in Inglewood. So if you get a chance to stop by, I'm sure they'll have a lot of great deals, even though prices are high. Prices are always in the ballpark at Dismore's IGA. So let's talk about this, right? If we go back to the 1960s and 70s, manufacturing was make a lot of a product, put it in a warehouse, and then you'd be shipping out of the warehouse to obtain that product. So it was usually efficient as far as having enough product, but when you would end a product, you'd have to then deal with all of this old product that was in a warehouse, and things like that. So it was a slower process, but usually it could absorb a lot of bumps, right? So if you had some reason why your, a region was closed down because of a hurricane and something in weeks and whatever, you could pretty smoothly move product around. Once we got into worldwide into the 1990s, the just-in-time manufacturing processes that had already been in place in Japan well into the 70s were starting to be adopted everywhere. So just-in-time skipped the warehouse for the most part. You weren't meant to have a whole bunch of product sitting in a warehouse. It was meant to come off a line and really go on to a semi, right, a train, a boat, whatever, and then go to where it would be used, whether that's the store, whether that's directly to the consumer, whether it's to some service industry, right? So if you're making sinks or bathtubs or faucets, it's going directly to the plumbing and contracting companies, things like that. So what it did is it cut out a few things. It cut out the need to have the warehouses. I mean, there's still stuff that's warehouse, but the need to have these huge warehouses. It eliminated that. It also it could bring down cost because, again, you're not having to store things, where you have to transport it to the warehouse and transport it out of the warehouse, pay for the warehouse and all of that stuff. So that was a plus. And just product didn't have to age out, right? So when you got to the end of a season, it was faster to get rid of the supply, right? Because you didn't have all of this stuff sitting in a warehouse. You had to mark down and down and down and down. You didn't have to deal with that. So what made just-in-time manufacturing work, for the some part is technology, right? We were able to, and I'm going to go over to the chat. Zippy wrote, supply chain issues seem to be from many different things. Yeah, they certainly are. I think this is kind of a big underlying theme that people aren't talking about. Of course, yeah, labor shortage, inability to source goods, things like that, or, source raw materials. But I think we are in this transition. And again, I wrote about it. I read white papers by independent researchers, also by General Electric. In 2020, they released a paper, and I'll get into that a little bit, where they were saying, hey, we are already building printers that can print food. And we expect that we'll have these in numerous restaurants within the next 5 years. We already have them in several restaurants, for example, in Germany. And it was about a week ago, I think it was on Jimmy Kimmel, where he had on a guest, and it was a chef who has a cookbook, which is specifically incorporating 3D printed items. And I know I'm not saying I'm advocating for 3D printed, for example, food buns, but I am saying also in my work with schools and new school designs, for example, are starting to have this built in, right? They're anticipating. It's kind of like when, the military would build, ships and things like that, and there would be an empty area, and you'd get a tour and be like, well, what's that for? And that's for the technology that will be invented in 20 years, right? And this is what's happening. I mean, these schools are very, very aware that they're going to be moving into some level of 3D printing on site for food. And not like this is like way out there. This is actually happening with some high level of prevalence, especially in some prisons actually around the world are and elderly care centers are using this. But anyway, so we have this warehousing, which moved to just-in-time manufacturing. Just-in-time manufacturing now is moving to 3D printing. So some questions, do we want, oh my goodness, first of all, it is Moose Gal's Corner from our old friends, our good friends, not necessarily old friends, but good friends at Humboldt Distillery in Texas. So thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it. So yeah, it is good. Let's go over here to what Zippy put. Given wholesale things are sold or recycled pretty fast. Yeah. So, all right, cool. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It is Lisa who will be our guest a week from today. Lisa has made the visit over here to the Safety Doc podcast. So thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. I spent most of the day with the audio folks making sure that we get things right. And they said, Dave, how about we try the audio strobe effect? And I'm like, I don't know. We might want to save that for the next show. I don't know if I want to try to get that working tonight. So we're going to keep things pretty good. Our good friend Alex is here. Alex, thank you. What is sizzling? Of course, it's bacon Maldito from the Inglewood. He is the Sizzler, not the Riddler. 3 years ago, though, he was Batman, only on Halloween. So we get this transformation into just-in-time manufacturing. So we get caught in this portal where we're at right now. Where should you invest, like your resources as a company? Are you going to invest in just-in-time manufacturing, which has a high dependency on transportation and logistics of finished products? Or are you going to be pushing more of your dollars into 3D printing? And so you're going to get to 3D printing at some point. And what has happened, which normally happens in a black swan event right now, brought on by the pandemic, is you run into a situation where, especially with a black swan event, it rockets you forward in time. Like it accelerates you toward things that you probably wouldn't have got to for a number of years, like telehealth, remote learning, remote work. Like that wasn't going to be at the forefront in 2021 had we not had a pandemic. It would have encroached, we would have gotten closer to it. Eventually we would have got to that point, but probably not in 2021. So let's take a look at where we were at. Warehouse, 1980s, moving to just-in-time production in the 90s. So things are coming, off the assembly line and into the semi truck or the boat or whatever and being transported to now 3D printing. So let's talk a little bit about 3D printing. One is there was an article that came out of Yahoo News. It was today by Joanne Muller, Monday, October 25th, 2021. And get this. So Joanne was writing about 3D printed cement houses. And first of all, I have a friend in Canada who is his home is being built right now. And he's sending, kind of daily updates. Parts of his home are being 3D printed on site. So, it's, as he said, it's amazing. Like, who would have thought this would be part of the plan? But yeah, parts, again, of his home are being 3D printed. So a few things, 3D printed cement houses. So instead of conventional materials like steel, aluminum, and lumber, 3D printed structures are built by a robot squeezing a cement mixture out of a nozzle, layer upon layer, like a soft swirl ice cream cone. So I think that visual people get interesting there. But yeah, so it's the same additive manufacturing process used to make everything from dental implants to airplane parts, just on a much, much larger scale. Now, there's a company in Texas called Icon, and they've delivered more than 24 3D printed homes in the US and Mexico, and they've already raised $207 million to expand. So it's kind of part of it too, right? We see all this money coming in for electric cars, and some of these companies haven't even made like a prototype car yet. So yeah, it is just crazy. They haven't done that. And here, they have capital that's coming in. They can demonstrate, here are the homes. Now, we don't have a 20, 30, 40 years how these things will hold up, but this is happening. And I remember flipping. I wasn't alive at this time, but I remember flipping through old Sears catalogs. What was it, like the 40s and 50s, when you could like pick a house? Like, hey, I'm going to order a house from Sears, and it would show up on a two semi trucks. At your wherever the lot was in 1952, and they would unload it. And I don't know if they build it for you, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. If you're not aware of it, just to go and check that or watch the fact that you could go in and order a house, like a prefab house in the 50s, out of a Sears catalog. So yeah, just how things kind of move along. So yeah, so this is happening. 3D printed goods also change the way that we are eating. So this is the General Electric study that I cited in the velocity of information, right? So I know it's weird to think about. Yeah. So let's go over here to, first of all, to the bacon. Bacon, 3D printed concrete dwellings sound like something the Russians would do. 3D printed. So, yes. All right. Given they already make houses from concrete. Yeah. And who knows like what these different composites will be going forward. But yeah, this is where it's kind of going. Like, they have the robots, that can start to, lay bricks and things like that. And it's early stage stuff. But again, you know, this is where things seem to be going in this 3D printed move. So let me tell you about General Electric. So they released a study, and I'll link this out when I do the blog post. But it's called "How 3D Printed Goods Could Change the Way We Cook and Eat." So it is part of their GE additive manufacturing branch. Now, as somebody who once was an investor in GE, that stock was like owning a rock that was dropped into a bottomless ocean. so, so I'm like, I don't know if this is what's going to turn it around for GE or not. But oh no, GE, that is just something. And Zippy right here. So yeah, General Electric stock has been interesting to look at. So yes, it looks like a slide, or it looks like a ski jump from like the 1974 Olympics. So it's not good. But anyway, so here's a quote from this paper released by General Electric. So at one gourmet restaurant in the United Kingdom, everyone is eating 3D printed food because that is all that is served. The enterprising entrepreneurs at London's Food Inc. decided to push additive manufacturing to its logical extreme. Everything is 3D printed, including the utensils, the plates, the tables, and the chairs. At Miramar, a gourmet restaurant in Spain, food printers take on more mundane tasks, freeing chefs to better focus on their creative cuisine. So, you might have seen this too. Like, it's been on the news quite a bit, like the electronic robot and the arm to do like the fries and stuff at the fast food restaurant. So, but yeah, to actually come out and to 3D print the food. So as I was going through this and doing additional research, you're able to see the items that are being printed, and what the taste testers will say is the chicken is fairly close. Whatever they do to season it, and the beef has a ways to go. But again, there will be restaurants. It's not if there will be restaurants, especially fast food restaurants, where you'll order something, and the 3D printer, the food printer with whatever additives, will just print it up, and that will be how it'll get to you. And the other thing is, like, if you have a food allergy, right, or if you're a type 1, have type 1 diabetes, you'd be able to input that profile, and yeah, it would say, here it is. It matches your profile, so you won't have an allergic reaction. So Zippy wrote, corn ethanol electric cars are such a scam. So I still have a vehicle that we are trying to rotate out of circulation, but the replacement vehicle has not come in yet. That runs on, what is it, E85 mixture of ethanol and gasoline, or gasoline, kerosene, and airplane fluid. So, or airplane fuel. So no, I don't think I'd ever do that with that car. But yeah, so it has this little thing on the back of it, like a flex fuel, which we've never used ever. Like we've owned the car 14 years, have never once filled it up with. I don't even think they offer it in my area anymore. Like for a while, you saw the E85 stuff, and I'm sure like I actually fill up with the gas today. I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of the options to go with E85, but fortunately, the vehicle runs fine with non E85 gas. But yeah, such a hokey thing of saying, as a marketing thing. So yeah, as we get into like electric cars, right? So as we get into all this 3D printing and it's kind of a shift of electricity, right? So if you're printing at your home or if your local store is printing something, is it going to require more electricity to 3D print? But then that would have regularly been consumed in the manufacturing process. I don't know. Let me get so anyway. So this is what's happening out of GE. There are high end chocolate stores which are now doing specialty chocolates that they're producing by 3D printing. And so again, I mean, I'm like, so you get into the transportation of the composite parts that you're putting into this 3D printer. But so let's get over here. Alex said, "I don't think I would trust machine food. Too easy to poison." So yeah, I was kind of thinking, I was thinking about that too. Of so when I kind of get into some of the things that you have to consider here, you could, right? What if you depended upon a large 3D network for food printing, and suddenly there's ransomware in that network, or it gets hacked, or who is keeping that network kind of curated, right? So those are the questions which will have to be answered, because that could have a substantial impact, right, on supply chain. If, let's say, 10 years from now, homes start to have 3D printers, and then say instead of Mr. Coffee, it's Mr. 3D printed omelet or whatever it is, and then one day you wake up and it's like offline, your subscription to Amazon or whatever, where this device is going to subscribe and be able to download, and you're going to have to pay so much every time it like does the recipe, whatever, and it's offline. You're like, oh no. And then it's what do you do when you're not going to have as much of other food stocks in place because of this transition? So I talked to a friend of mine who has been in the grocery business for all of his life. Like, he's my age, so he's old. So yes, but yeah, it is. Anyway, so he said, this is talked about now at industry conferences, and we are starting to think, how will grocery stores change? So Zippy is saying 3D printing is still a few decades away. Even cook robot costs more than normal cook. So I think saturation, but I'm still thinking this is going to be a much faster than what we think, that we're going to see 3D printing hit the scene. And it's a matter right now, and it depends where the government's going to put money too, right? Where they're going to fund and where they're not. But if it comes down to, usually these switches in tech, these changes are pretty fast. Like from a flat screen TV to the old, cathode ray, tube TV, and all of that stuff. Like, how long did it take to get saturation of microwaves into homes and things like that? And I don't. Again, all of the projections. So I read 8 different studies. We're putting this at a saturation level of 2030, of saying that there would be a number of restaurants, or a number of homes that would have this. It'd be fairly familiar. The major auto parts companies, the auto suppliers, the top 3. I'm not going to name them by name, but the top 3 are anticipating that, and I have articles that I'll link out, that by the year 2030, at all of their stores, right? So imagine you're going into your favorite auto parts store and you're like, hey, like I need a fuel pump or I need a rotor, something that doesn't have um, a chip associated with it, right? For my vehicle, they will enter your VIN number and boom, be able to print that part off for you. It won't come out of backstock. And again, they're starting to use metallic metals, for example. They've been successful with copper in printing. There's the first electric motor was fully printed by a company in Germany, and it's functioning, right? And it's also lighter weight, but it's made with composite metals. So November 27th, 2020, an article, and let me bring it up here. So the article is titled dun, 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 3D Print Your Own Car Parts. And this one has a machine, the Modix, MODIX Big 180X machine. So pretty wild stuff. Costs $12,000 US, and a number of things that you can print, different parts for your vehicle. So, and a fair amount of this is kind of open code right now. So the question is, how much of this will be open code kind of perpetually, or how much of this intellectual property will stomp in on this stuff. So it's pretty crazy. So, whoa, Lisa wrote, how does 3D printed food overcome the push to unprocess our food and eating organics? So yeah, I don't know. And I would think, right, the parts that will come into this will be trying to identify what the source materials are that are actually going into this 3D printer in your house for food. Like they show some of the stuff in for example, the GE article, stuff like that, some powders and things like that. Not very appealing until it all kind of gets brought together. But yeah, so I think, I mean, obviously there's going to be a big push of saying it's vegan. But I mean, those are some of the answers, or some of the questions I need to find answers to. But it's a great question. And eating organic. So yeah, how much of this, I don't know. And that's a good question, Lisa. So what does organic look like? When you buy off a shelf, this is organically, produced, but we just 3D printed it here, like this morning, and put it out for the consumer. Or if you have something at home that you're able to print, and then, and I don't know what these refills look like, right? And it's like, kind of like, remember SodaStream when you had the big carbonated canisters, and, Culligan would bring in the water and stuff like that. Is it going to be a service, right? Is it going to be where it will just kind of track it? And when you get low, it will automatically, the subscription service will just send you out, so you'll always have like A, B, and C mixtures, and you'll just put them in their appropriate areas on the machine, and the machine will do the rest. I don't know. I mean, these are crazy things. So let's go over here in the chat. Andrew, look how many people were saying 10 years ago how self-driving trucks are coming, and we didn't even have self-driving boats or trains. So yes, yeah. And so, and this is, so I was talking with one of the engineers at General Motors, and he was saying they're planning on about 2035 that their vehicles intercommunicate like on the road, and then would communicate with other vehicles. So you would know if something happened up ahead, if there's a crash or something like that, or so it's interesting, like look at how many people were saying 10 years ago. So I think self-driving trucks, though, are, again, this is something that's accelerating, right? Like this is where, I mean, and another part of this too, Andrew, right, is, I mean, if we look at, let's say, a vehicle that is self-driving or partially self-driving, and then it's crashed, there isn't this instant government push to like, hey, we have to ban that vehicle. Or the manufacturer has to suspend production. Like that's not happening even though like some of these vehicles have caused fatal crashes because the sensors, the AI, the machine learning has gone wonky on them. So yeah, let's go back over here in the chat. It's great chat tonight. So Lisa wrote, USDA has a definition of organic but not natural. Oh, Lisa. So this is something I need to include in here. So yeah, organic but not natural. It's interesting. I was watching the Spurlock documentary where he was talking about organic and free range chicken, and he said, for example, like free range chicken, as long as you had the door open to where the chickens were, and you could have a little fence where they could go out like 3 feet outside, that was considered technically that they were free range. Um, so so yeah, that's interesting. USDA has organic but not natural, and it's one of these things where I thought this was really. I mean, when I started to write about this in Velocity of Information, it was pretty unappealing to think about like 3D printed food and stuff like that. And it still is weird to think about that, but I don't think we're that far off. And this show really isn't so much necessarily about 3D printed food, but it's like 3D printed a lot of things, right? 3D printed homes, 3D printed car parts, a lot of stuff that you put together on, your shopping list. Can you go through and say, can that be 3D printed? And how many of those things then, would you subscribe? Would you have a subscription service, for example, to Amazon or, something that would be a similar type of company that they would then give you the code where you could write that. So Zippy wrote, IPv4 is a struggle. That's why the internet needs to move to IPv6. That's not enough V4 numbers. I totally agree with you. I always get a V6 over V4, even when the V4 is turbocharged. It's not the same. But yeah, I get what Alex is saying to Zippy. So this is our good friend Bacon Maldito. Bacon wrote, good question, Lisa. Though organic is one step above printed lab-grown food as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah. All right. Bacon, I'm with you. So, I mean, this is one of those things too. If you're shopping and there's 2 items on a shelf and one is like, this is non-GMO and this is GMO, and they're similar in price, most people will go with the non-GMO, even though, like, remember, genetically modified foods were such a big thing 20, 30 years ago, the marketing, the selling of that, because here we can grow things and they can be pest and drought resistant and it won't cost you as much. But no one was kind of saying, yeah, but there's this weird part of thinking you have this genetically modified, corn or apples or whatever it is. But there's marketing, there's psychology. You're going to have industries which will battle. You're going to have, So I mean, if you have something that can be 3D printed, versus like if you are growing that as a crop, and this is your livelihood, I mean, you're going to have major lobbying and battles that are going to go on with this. And probably if we go back, we could see some similar things in manufacturing when we went from warehousing and things like that to just in time. I mean, you're losing warehouse positions and things like that. So you're going to have this change in labor. But yeah, it's so crazy because, like, and what do the composite materials look like that go into this? Like, what are you farming? Because I mean, you're not going out like Back to the Future. Remember where Doc like does the Mr. Fusion and you pour a beer can in there and throw a paper bag or something like that. You're good to go. It can turn it into anything. So that's not where we're at. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is just, it's amazing discussion because I think we are headed there very fast. And I think we've already made big steps toward that. And I don't see this investment happening in just-in-time manufacturing. You look at states like California where you can only have a semi that's 10 years old. You can't run anything that's older than that. You can't get registered running on the roads. And this move toward electric vehicles and things like that. I think it's pushing toward away from just in time into 3D printing. And if you're to put all of these systems into place, to continue to move these goods and transport, as you're also kind of moving from gas to electric, I just don't. I think just in time manufacturing is in its last phase. As we look at history, and that's what I wrote in my book, 1980 to 2030 will be warehouse, just in time, and then the introduction of 3D printing. So, but let's go over here to the chat. And Zippy got computer issues, mostly hammered out, reinstalling some broken software program. No, Zippy, it's not good, buddy. So I think he is our friend who is running Linux, not to be confused with Linus from the Charlie Brown series. But yeah, I've noticed a little bit of a growl in one of my hard drives. So my system here operates off of multiple hard drives. The main one is solid state, so I think I'm good there. But I've got a growl in one of my other ones, which is a bad sign. So I'm probably going to have to, I think, just replace all of the drives. So I had like a custom down here in the North Star recording studio, right? My desktop was custom built about 6-7 years ago, and at that time it was like all top of the line stuff. Like I mean, it was like an investment, and the thought was that it could continually be upgraded, which it can be. Like, and it's held up really well. I mean, this was a system I built with like, five, I don't know, like 500 to, I don't know what the RAM is, the functioning RAM on it. Anyway, it's crazy. Like I got five hard drives and stuff like that. But it's a cool system, but it's now I've got to go in and kind of have some of these things tended to, get some of the updates going. I'm still running a Windows 7 off of this, and I have a laptop which I run Windows 10, but actually I prefer 7. It hasn't let me down yet, so I'm still feeling good there. So let's see. As we get here, Moose Gal's Corner, and how can 3D printed food be healthy and safe for human consumption? So, wow, like that is a chin music. That is the fastball right up toward the head. The 102 heater from Ricky Vaughn. So, well, it's a good question, right? And it's been tested, and it's interesting to read the studies of saying, yeah, we've been doing this for like 5 or 6 years. And again, just like a week ago on the Jimmy Kimmel, he had on a chef who's saying, I've been using 3D printed food with, many people over the last 3 to 5 years, and they continually say that it tastes better. It's tasting better than it did when it first came out, and they're getting closer in comparing it to the authentic foods. But I don't know. I mean, we have a lot of stuff which I don't know, right? If it's not genuine, that we're eating right now. Stuff that's been processed several times and created. So so I think the argument, right, could be coming in and saying we can specifically, I mean, hypothetically identify how much fat, sugar consistently across item to item have inter-item reliability on this. So, but Alex wrote, I got business internet, so I got a static. I think a static IP address is what he's saying. Let's go here. Wood chips are organic. Enjoy, everyone. And I have a ton of wood chips down in the room here next to the North Star recording studio. So, yeah. Nick Monaco wrote, yeah, Windows 7 is easiest for hackers to get through a backdoor. So I am, aware of the vulnerabilities here on the systems, so I've taken steps to protect it. But yeah, you're absolutely right with that. So Zippy wrote, was testing Linux. And let's see what else. Doc's running 7. Yeah. So it's my lucky number. So 7 was my birthday, and you don't go away from that. So but yes, I am still running 7. It's the vintage system. I guess I'm not up to, if I had to do 3D printing, I'm not up to whatever system that would take. So I'm still in the old school here. So, and then Nick wrote, did you see that Gavin Newsom signed a bill today to ban all small combustion engines by 2024, lawnmowers, dirt bikes, generators? Yeah. So I did see that. And again, that's where, if we take that, there's the political moves are to move away from the internal combustion engine. And if you're moving toward electric and then you're trying to transport this amount of goods, which we've done through just-in-time transporting, finished goods, is it going to make more sense to make that leap into 3D printing? I don't know. Hey, let's talk about some benefits here of 3D printing. This is from Stat Systems or statsys.com, and 5 benefits. 5 benefits. The first one: advanced time to market turnaround. So, right, if you are, you release something, it is as fast if the person has the printer and the goods that they get the code for it and they can print it, or they can go somewhere locally. It's released and it's there at the moment. That code is made available. So advanced time to market turnaround. 2, save on tooling cost with on-demand 3D printing. That's a big one, right? So, read year after year, especially if you're going from one car model to another, you got to shut down the factory and you got to totally retool things, which is expensive and then takes a lot of time. And here again, it's kind of like CAD, right? When CAD design came in, I have a friend who has his own CAD business, and he said, that was huge, right? And saving time because you're reprogramming versus having to actually physically, change the different equipment that you had set up that would cut out these items and lathes and stuff like that. So the third one is reduce waste with additive manufacturing. So yeah, like you don't have all of the extra stuff you'd have to cut off necessarily to get to the core part that you've produced. So you're not having as much waste when you're 3D printing. Save weight with complex part designs. So things you wouldn't be able to necessarily cast, but you could 3D print. So you could make them lighter. That's the part with this electric engine that was produced in Germany, of a vehicle grade electric engine, and saying that the engine is able to dissipate heat better than a traditional electric engine. And it's also lighter because, we can eliminate some things where you would have the space would just be filled up with metal if it was cast, but because it's printed, that's not part of it. So save weight with complex part designs. The 5th is eliminate shipping of finished products along with all the packaging that goes with it. If it can go, right to the store, if you say, I want this, it comes up on a screen, or they have like a demo of it there and you say, I want this. And they're like, okay, you swipe your card and whatever. And and however many minutes it takes, or if you have it like produced ahead of time for you, like, I want this. And then you go in and there it is. So it doesn't have to have all of the packaging that goes with it. It doesn't have to be shipped from another location. It's like, boom, here it is. So let's go over to the chat. Nick wrote, it's a shame because Larry Elder is one of the smartest people in the country, and he believes in freedom, true libertarian. So I think that goes back, is it here, to Zippy, New York and California are almost the same, driven into the ground by mad people. So yeah, some crazy policy stuff just happening in both of those states, as you mentioned, and I've kind of seen them, everywhere. Like we're observing just some really strange policy stuff going on. So let's take a second here to run our banner, which says, hey, please subscribe and smash that like button to the Safety Doc podcast. This is episode 156, where we're talking about the supply chain experiencing disruptive transition, and the doc saying, hey, I think this whole just-in-time manufacturing of people saying we got to get that back in order, that we're also kind of at the end stage of that, that is just not where we're at. It is now progressed into 3D printing, that we're closer than we ever were to making that jump into 3D printing. So yeah, it's big stuff. Also, my book, School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, is the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industrial complex right here, in hard copy. And this book yes, is has won a choice award. It makes it's great on a coffee table. It is just awesome, right? So yeah, School of Airs and some terrific interviews. Katie Pashon, Cajun Navy Relief, Sean Dickers talking about when the U.S. Army was coming out with a video game back, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, saying, "Hey, here's a video game to train teachers on how to respond if an active shooter comes in their room." And so they could be the role of the shooter or the of a student or the teacher or whatever. So that was a video game, right? That it almost saturated the country, but then people are saying, "Man, don't do that. Like it doesn't make sense." So yeah, this is the most honest book. This is the one that will tell you or give you the insights. You're always curious about it. You're like, really? I'm like, yes. Like that's actually what's going on. So let's go back here to the chat and Doc, it's a shame you don't have a bigger audience. I found you through the stream you did with CRS Firearms. Thanks, Nick. So CRS Firearms, my friend Matt Hoover, who actually Matt lives 25 minutes from my house, and so I watched a show that he did, the 4 Phases of Chaos. He released, I think, 2 years ago, and I was like, "Whoa! I want to pull in some of that. I want to have you on my show and talk about that because what he was seeing as someone who sells firearms, right, was this increase in people wanting to buy firearms, but then also the supply chain was getting way out of whack. Again, just in time manufacturing, saying some of the ammunition was like a year out, to obtain. So it's we had that discussion and yeah, we've been in contact since then, and so yes, I need to actually get up there because I think I've seen it in the back of his store. So he also has they have like retail, like a resale store, and in the back there's this giant spider, like the Halloween spider that you have the bendy legs and stuff like that, and I have one of those at my house, but I don't have two. And I take it and I twist it around one of the lights on the garage. But then the other light, like if I had another spider, and this is the same spider, like I've eyed it up in the videos that Matt does, and yeah, the same spider that I have. That then I would double the effect, right, to have this spider. So yeah. By the way, like Halloween coming up, I will spend the whole day decorating outside for Halloween, and I make it so it's I guess I would say interesting and kind of some novel stuff, but I don't make it so freaky that the little kids like won't come up to the house, or it's like overly gruesome, poltergeist stuff like that. I don't do that, but I do have the bloody leg, which is the leg that comes out from under the garage door, so it looks like it's been crushed, and then you have like the fake blood around it, and then inside the garage door I have a rotating light from back in my firefighting days, and put it down on the ground or the floor, and then so the strobe light comes out and it has this effect. When you look from the road, it kind of seems like there's like a fire in the garage, and it's funny because that's where parents will stage their kids, and they'll say like, stand next to the bloody leg and the spider, and I'll take your picture. And I'm kind of out toward the end of the driveway. My wife and kids are like in and out candy and stuff, and it's fun to like listen to parents say, "Hey, like we like to come to this place like every year." They don't know like I'm the person that I'm the homeowner, or you hear kids say like, "I remember this place from last year." So yes, I have a ghost that will go from my maple tree to my house on this rope, right? And at night it's really cool because I kind of like a glow sticks and some other stuff, and it's this cool effect. So yeah, I've had that for a while. But it's kind of a beast to set up because I got to get the ladders out, and it's got to be like at the right height, because if it's too high on one end, it doesn't. But if it's like set up right, it's this motion activated ghost, which will just start moving across the lawn, like 10 foot up. And I'm like, it is pretty awesome. So yeah, I'm a big junkie on Halloween, as far as like, I just love Halloween. And when I was growing up too, I love the documentaries about like haunted Atlanta. Well, I guess haunted Atlanta's pretty big, like Haunted New Orleans or Haunted Gettysburg. Um, those would be on in October. I'd be like, oh my God, like these are so great. Again, I'm like 10 years old. So, um, and then it would always be kind of sad on November 1st because those would be gone. Like then I didn't have those on TV until like the next October. So it'd be like, oh man, like it sucks because I just love this. But now, like with the power of the internet, you can watch those anytime. So I've been doing like the Waverly Hills Sanatorium series, kind of. I'm not really into like the ghost adventures and things like that. I like more of the organic documentary kind of ghost folks. So getting in on a Halloween thing. So I had somebody I interviewed on my show. I think it's Alrita Kenny, and she was. So this is true. So oh, I'll get to the Arita story. Meditate when you're angry and read when you're curious. Yes, Alex. I like that. Meditate when you're angry, read when you're curious. Good. All right. Zippy, I need to make more videos, but I'm so damn scatterbrained. Man. So Zippy, you're a smart guy. Like you share a ton of stuff on intellectual property with me and other things. So it's good. So where the hell was I going with this? Like this is where I need the this Cameron evening. Where was I with this? Something with ghost hunt. Not. I was watching TV, and then where was I going with this? This is where I need someone else like in the show to be like the Andy Richter to say, hey, like remember you're talking about we got into this, but I don't know what I was. If anyone puts, what was I just talking about? So. I'm sorry, this happens when you get old and you start talking about ghosts and things like that. But I don't know if I see it, if you put it down, what was I just talking about? You're talking about haunted city documentaries. Okay. Yeah, Lisa, you're right. So, oh yeah. So here we go. So you need guests. I'm having a guest, by the way. Lisa, who you just saw right here, dun, 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 Lisa is going to be the guest on this show 1 week from today, November 1st. Lisa will be the guest on the show. She is an attorney, and she is going to help us understand, hey, what actually happens when a parent, for example, sues the school district because of saying you didn't allegedly do enough to prevent my child from contracting COVID or mitigate, do mitigating things in the environment to reduce the chances of COVID. So Lisa will be the guest 1 week from today, and she has an incredible memory. Like a lot of people, well, I guess I'll let you know now, but Lisa was able to memorize 238 things that were put out on a table in front of her, and she had 6 minutes to memorize. There were like 250. There were 12 things she didn't recall, but she had 238 out of 250, which is pretty. Well, it's amazing. Yeah, I mean, like I'm sitting there trying to find where my car keys are, and Lisa's like, there was a pencil, there was a golf ball. Over here was a compass. It was tilted. North was actually kind of over where east was, and stuff like that. So amazing. I mean, I want to say savant-like, but she also works at it. So just like practices. You're gonna enjoy Lisa. So Arita Keeney was a guest here on the show a couple of years ago, right around Halloween. You could find that, and she's a mystic and a psychic, I think. And I was interviewing her, and I think it was about spiritual safety, right? Like kind of like a poltergeist thing. What do you do if you're in a situation where your house is haunted and it's not the friendly ghost, it's not Casper. It's the stuff that is not going well for you. So she's going through this, and then I kind of branched off into this story of, I'm like, yeah, there's this, when I'm out biking, Arita, there's this, there's the cemetery, an old cemetery, like the church is long gone and the headstones are all like crooked, and this is a sad sight. But I said, that's where I kind of I do a bike through of this old cemetery, and I chill a little bit in the cemetery, and like I'm watching her, and she's looking at me like, what? And I'm like, wait a second. Like, what's going on? And she's like, "You do what?" I'm like, she goes, "Are you tired when you do this?" I said, "Well, yeah, I mean, usually, because like it's, I'm probably, I don't know, it's like 30 miles where this thing is." And she's like, "Oh my God, like, don't do that. Like, absolutely don't. Like, you become so vulnerable to spirits entering your body, your psyche. Like, do you feel, I mean, how do you feel when you do that?" I don't, most of the time, pretty good. Sometimes not. I don't, but, and I appreciate I'll read it. I do. I'm not trying to make light of this, but when I had said that, I mean, she's like, "Oh God, like, don't, you got to stop that. Like, you do not do that. Like, you don't, when you're fatigued, you don't go through a cemetery. You just don't do that." And to this day, like, I've never been back, even though like I bike past this cemetery and I see now like the properties for sale, like all around it, which is kind of weird. It's like it's poltergeist. Like, what do you do if all this property gets bought or like a cemetery gets bought? I don't know. It's kind of weird, but does it get relocated? I don't know. But I have this thing like I can't bring myself to like bike up there and kind of do my chill, where get off the bike. I mean, walk around. I like the history of the cemetery, like the stones kind of have the old designs on them, and um, so I mean, and it's on this hill, but it's off like a mile from the road, but anyway, yeah, that's but so I was doing a little research because I'm like, what was out there? Like what church was out there? And then I started to find like this was one of quote unquote the most haunted places in my state. Like people like major, like TV ghost shows like come out to this cemetery to with their different devices and spirit boxes and stuff like that. I'm like, oh my God, like I've been out there like a lot of times. So maybe there was something to it, but anyway, I never had a paranormal experience. People would dump their couches off though at the cemetery, so that was at the entrance of it because it's again off the road and it's out in the country. That was always happening. There was always furniture that was dumped off at the where you'd go in for this thing. The soil was really sandy too. This is really just remember that like super super sandy. Like if you get off the path, it's like sandy. It's just sandy soil. So let's go over here to the chat and um, okay, Zippy to Alex. My biggest best, such as it is, video compares censorship to book burning. Though it's real simple, text in old real video and the American anthem. Yeah, I've seen that. Zippy, you shared that with me. Yeah, book burning. And by the way, School of Airs is banned in Germany. Just so you know, it's true. You cannot order or own this book in Germany. Yeah, we can sometime bring on our good friend Phil Heinrich, Dr. Heinrich, to talk about that. But yeah, it is Samizdat in Germany. It'll put you in a bad place, buddy. So well, I ship it in a brown paper bag that says Wendy's on the outside, then people leave it alone. You need guests. Yeah, Alex, like I said, Lisa's going to be on next week. This show used to be kind of guest based. And then I started to go solo, which I don't know if that was good or bad. But I don't have a sidekick though, or not even a sidekick, but like a co-host. So I've got to think that out. If anybody here wants to volunteer for the job of a part-time or full-time co-host, let me know because that would be good. My memory is not as good as it was. It just isn't. Like so on Saturday I was teaching a college class or university class at the university I've taught at for 18 years, and like there's every morning when you go over there and again like 5 o'clock, stuff like that at this time of year, there's always fog because it's close to the Mississippi River. So it's, even though like I've done this year after year many times, I'm like, which exit is it? Is it exit 5 or is it exit 3? And I like, if I did 5, I could still find my way there. If I do 3, it's right on. If I go past that, I go across the Mississippi, then I got to turn around. So it's this weird thing. And the university, here's what the university did this year. They rebadged. They put new signage up and all of this stuff and kind of this new color. It's 130-year-old, these buildings are meticulously maintained. By the way, like they were never locked until this year. They were open 24/7 for like 129 straight years. And then, obviously it was a society and having to lock things up, right? They lock the buildings. So I have a key card that gets me into the building, but that wasn't working. Everything was locked. The system was malfunctioning. So the building and grounds folks were there and they couldn't get in with their key. They would turn it and they couldn't get in. So one of the building and ground folks had to go through a side door that wasn't part of the system and then get in and try to and successfully like unlock everything. But I'm like, yikes. But yeah, that was always weird, like to just have this in this building is just ornate, right? It's a private university or ornate woodwork. And I think I might have shared before, like there's slate boards, chalkboards, right? And you would be provided as a faculty member specific chalk to use on these boards. And it's like writing this buttery experience and just like so this tactile. It was just amazing, right? So, but anyway, it's like I teach some different classes over there. So before I go, I'm always having to write down what room number. Is it 416 or is this 346 or am I in 525? Or I'm like, usually I can just kind of find where the students are. I got to figure it out. And the other part is on the weekend, especially in the morning, there's no lights in the hallways, like at all. Again, a 130, year old building. So when you get in there, I'm trying to just figure out, okay, here's the water fountain. So I think I'm like down from the water fountain and all of this stuff. But anyway, like if I go out the wrong entrance or the wrong exit, I guess you wouldn't go out the entrance necessarily, go out the exit. It can totally be disorienting, especially when they have like events on campus. They had a new student event, like a recruiting event for students. So the parents and students were out there, and I was wearing like a sport coat, right? I always do the faculty thing. I have like a name thing too, the university, that I wear. But anyway, I'm like, I don't know. So I was parking in the same spot so I can kind of find my car sooner or later. I'm like, it's not that big of a campus, so I can figure out what's going on. But it is weird though. Yeah, I'm just like, or once in a while, like I'll be going over something with the students and be like, what was it talking about? Hey, Dr. Proden, you're talking about like abeyance agreements. I'm like, I was. That's awesome. Yeah, I got a slide on that. Like, let's talk about this. So, all right. I don't think that's different. I think it's kind of always been that way. So, yeah, I biked the other day. I did 61 miles. So, and there was a dam, a Civilian Conservation Corps dam, and I had always kind of wanted to check this thing out. Like it's been abandoned and it's been purposely partially disassembled so it doesn't work anymore. And I'm going and I'm like, I'm biking past it. I'm like, oh God, like the foliage had died down because there had been a frost. So I'm looking at it like, this is much easier to get to than the other times I bike past it. So curiosity kind of gets the better of me. And I'm like, I'm going to go check this dam out. So here's a couple things that didn't go right. The first thing is when I bike, because I'll bike 60 to 100 miles. So my biking shoes are flat, and your biking shoes don't have cushion inside. They're flat shoes. And the reason you do that is you want the energy to go from your foot to the pedal. You don't want it absorbed in the cushioning and lost energy, right? So I've got flat biking shoes. And I'm looking, and there's kind of like this structure is kind of covered in vines, which were very difficult to walk on. And there's maybe 10 inches that you can walk on as you start to get up to where this dam is. And if you go off either side of that, like that'd be really bad. I'd be able to get out if I did that, but like body wise, it would not be good for me. So I'm eyeing this thing up, and I have my cameras away. I'm not trying to video record this because I'm pretty sure like at this point, like all my energy has to be focused into this. And so I'm like, oh God, I can do this. And so I'm going through and I did, like, I was able to get in, and it was amazing, right? It's like, to this dam structure and to see what was left of it and the water coming through and stuff like that. But it's also, I'm checking out like all of there's like a handle over here, this pipe thing. I'm like, it's still pretty sturdy. But at the same time, I'm like, if I did a misstep here, I kind of wiped it out. Like I don't think I think I'm done. Like, I don't think I'd be able to get out of like the structure. So, but the thing was when I had to get off of it, um, I'm like, I think my best bet is it's kind of like American Ninja, right? My best bet is to run as fast as I can. And then when I get to the narrow part, which is maybe 10 feet long, is, um, if I have enough speed going, as long as I get like 2, 3 steps down on that, I'll be okay. Like my momentum will propel me across. And even if I start to lose my balance, like I'll still be able to do it. And so that was my game plan, and it worked. But it is one of those things, yeah, if it could have it could have gone the other way. So when I got done, and I was like, yes, this was I'm glad I did it in retrospect, like I'm still glad I did it. Damn it. Thing was probably haunted too. So now what the hell? I've got that to deal with. Um, but yeah, so let's go over here to Alex wrote, hey, you need guest. I do. Remember, we're taking care of that. Lisa said, you need a Bert to your Ernie. I do. I do. I need a Bert to my Ernie. Yeah. So again, like, people know how to get a hold of me. This could be your entry into a lower tier, but best in this value class podcast in school and community safety. And this could be like a resume builder, or it could just be charity, however you want to perceive it. It's not tax deductible, the time that you devote to helping me out on the show, but it is karma, and we can all use that. Your garage and Halloween, yeah, yeah, it is a production. Back I used to take off a day from work just to set up from that, but now that I'm retired, I don't really have to do that. So, but yeah, it's cool. We have 1,000 kids, by the way, that come over for Halloween. So we don't come over, like we don't have 1,000 kids at a time, but we have 1,000 trick or treaters, and the reason is we live 2 blocks away from the school campus in our community. So it's a high school, middle school, elementary schools, and all of that, like the campus. So the kids go from the school to our place, where they get dropped off at the campus from other communities, and then they kind of like filter out. Plus, I live in what is the how should I say, like just a more affluent part of our community. I live at the edge of that. so so actually, like my neighbor was a doctor who owned several clinics and had, so our properties share property lines, and big pillars in front of his house, and he has this big waterfall in the back and stuff. Like, he used to get really mad at me, like when I mow lawn, if I didn't mow exactly down the property line, which was really hard. I mean, anyway, and it's kind of ironic because like I had my land surveyed back in August, and the surveyor said, yeah, your neighbor's fence, that's actually on your property by like 5 inches. I'm like, damn it. It's the same guy who used to yell at me. He used to put stuff out for the garbage. And I would just go over there, and it like shelves, like really nice shelves. I have like 2 shovels that were like brand new, like steel shovels. I mean, just stuff he didn't want, he would just put out in the garbage. It's the craziest thing. But anyway, but yeah, down from me, like it's just like every house has a pool, and it's crazy. So like that's a neighborhood that really gets saturated, like right at the end of my block. So yeah, but I love it. Like I'm glad. Really enjoy the energy of kids having a fun time at Halloween. So I think it's just a really good community building too. The police department blocks off our neighborhood. They barricade it, and so it's safe, for kids to walk up and down the streets too during Halloween. So it's pretty cool. So Robert is thinking, I want to be a sidekick. If you do, Robert, let me know. I'm sure that you could easily find a sidekick deck. I don't know. I guess I'll check the inbox here over at the Safety Doc podcast. No, it's not that. It's the Safety Doc. I'm sure, like I've told a lot of people, like, hey, here's how to get a hold of me. And I'm like, that's not my address. So maybe Ryan Katsu Rivera, who was in the house last week. Um, so believe it or not, yes, Ryan Katsu Rivera from Get Off My Lawn um, follows me on social media and had sent me an email also like a couple days ago. So maybe there's a chance like might be appearing over on Get Off My Lawn, which will be an interesting discussion with my publisher. So I don't know. We'll see. Sure you can find. Let's go over here to this show. Took a little dive here from 3D printing, but I want to do commentary stuff, but I hate the voice. Laugh aloud. I rate on mines all the time. I rant on mines all the time. Should be easy to make them into a video. Got it. So I've been told by a couple of people like that I have a good radio voice. So actually, Ryan had emailed me this week, and he's like, "Hey, like you got a good voice for like radio or hopefully podcast or I don't know. Do some singing or signing. It'll enhance your voice. So like sign like the steel. Alex is like the steel sign. Like so. All right, let's go to steel second to third. So I don't know, man. Singing, I don't know. It's been a long time for singing. So I have the humidity is kind of the thing down here is this area has a wide range of humidity levels throughout the year. So it can be like super dry, like desert level down here, and other times it can be like really really humid, and that has a big impact on my voice. So the North Star recording studio, very much you adapt to it. It does not adapt to you. Yeah, again, there's no HVAC system happening, down here. So Alex wrote, "Hey, Alex, I just did that. Doc has no idea how close to the truth he is." So, yeah, what for? So, all right. Nice topic. Got to go record Tactical Tuesdays with Brooke. All right, our good friend Joe Dolio from Michigan. Yes. So yeah, Tactical Tuesdays. Where every week Joe's going through a couple chapters of through his book series, Tactical Wisdom, and really enjoyable. Joe Dolio is the most represented in my book. So I interviewed Joe several times, and he appears, I think, in 3 sections in my book. So the velocity of information. I don't know. There's like 29 pages out of 225 that have something to do with Joe. He's first introduced as like indicators, like things you watch for in your environment, and then also building a member check network. But so terrific, absolutely awesome contribution there. Let's get into what what is this channel's mission statement? Oh my God. Yeah, that's a good question. We, the unwilling, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful. So I haven't updated it yet, but that's what we have now. Yeah, it's no longer out there. The shirts have sold out. The stationery, bumper stickers, coffee mugs, beanies, backpacks, all of it is gone. Bacon Road, do you ride clipless pedals or just standards? I don't want to be, yeah. I because I don't necessarily go for speed all the time, and I don't do a lot of hill stuff. I don't have to clip in the shoes, so I want to be able to get off of the bike if it's going down, because my bike is a pack mule. Like I put so much on it because like I might be gone the whole day, like 100 miles. So the bike has to have everything is survival. But yeah, so if the bike never gets up to a high speed, but has a lot of momentum, right? Especially when you go downhill and you have that much mass. But I want to be able to get off the bike as fast as I need to. So sing music. So you don't know humidity, Doc. You don't. So, right. Hey, there's something called the wet bulb effect. I wrote about it in the book, The Velocity of Information, Wet Bulb Effect, which is kind of like humidity. Just as so much social media stuff is happening around you, think of being in a high humidity environment, you can't get away from it. So it's wet bulb effect. My friend Nikolai Razavayu, the Soviet cyclist who was in who's in the book, right? Who I interviewed, and he biked an hour away from Chernobyl the day after the nuclear reactor accident in April of 1986. and he was talking about the actual wet bulb effect, where when you bike, you have to know. So wet bulb effect is you have a thermometer and a regular thermometer, and a thermometer where you have a wet muslin cloth over it, and then you apply a wind to it, and after so many minutes you check it, and basically it should evaporate and take heat and lower the temperature. So you should have, then the one that had the cloth in it should be lower than the one that was dry. So if it's not evaporating, if there's too much humidity and those numbers are close, you don't bike, because if you sweat, the sweat's not evaporating and you would just overheat and die. So there's a wet bulb effect if you're biking. So, and also if you're biking next to a nuclear disaster, it's also a bad thing. That's amazing in the book to read about that, as he was on the Soviet national team, and he talked about, you had no option whether or not to bike, right? Even though this had just happened, and they were evacuating Kyiv, and they had buses covered in lead, and they were soaping up the streets and washing them down, and it was radiation, stuff like that. You still had a bike. So he snuck out at night with his transistor radio, which is an interesting story. Got to read the book to find out what happened in that. So dumpster diving is frugal living. Spend money on the things that matter. Wing the rest of it. So yeah, I don't spend nearly as much on just things as I did when I was younger. Like all of my sport coats are off of eBay. And now is like the time to buy a sport coat, because people aren't going to the office. It's office. You don't have to have suits and sport coats. So they're pretty abundant on eBay. So, if you find a nice Oscar de la Renta 44 regular, send it my way, especially blue. That's the color I'm missing. Unfortunately, the dry cleaner in my town went out of business because of COVID, right? And now to get my sport coats dry cleaned, I have to take them like 40 miles away to this place that dry cleans. So that sucks. But you can Febreze a sport coat pretty aggressively and get extra life out of it. So before I have classes on Saturdays when I teach, I always take whatever sport coat like I've selected for that Saturday and put it on my bed, and get out the old Febreze and saturate the sport coat like pretty thoroughly, and then it's good to go for another week. But when I take it in, I'm like, yeah, like run this thing through like twice, because this thing here's it's been Febrezed to the point where, like, yes, I mean, it is like 50% wool, 40% silk, 10% Febreze. The Febreze is holding it together. So you have Cameron Sanchez wrote, Cameron, by the way, like your design there kind of looks like the cover for my book. My publisher is working up some different cover designs, and for some reason they're like, how about this? And I'm like, it's not Ancient Aliens. It's a book about, I like that design. That's kind of like what I'm thinking right there. Human brain and a lot of activity going on. I get some pretty wild stuff. The original cover for School of Airs, when the publisher came back with me, it looked like the poster from, the hell was it? A Nicolas Cage and American Treasure, or National Treasure. It looked like the poster from that. I'm like, this, I can't do this. Like, this doesn't work. Like, this doesn't match the. So, you work with marketing and all this stuff, and tell them what the book is about. I'm like, how the hell did you come out like this is the cover? And then we narrowed it in and stuff like that. So I'm like, I can't go with this. Cameron, how much water do you bring with you on a long trek? So I will bring with me about 1.5 gallons of water. And I do know places, and I bring cash, right? And things like that I know places I can stop. Like there's, and grab something, like obviously water or something like that. So I'm pretty good though, and I hydrate like really aggressively the night before and the day that I bike. I'll make sure that I that morning am taking in 1/2 gallon easily. So there's this whole like prep thing, and I'm going to get into that next year. I'm actually going to record a start to finish. Like when I go out, it takes an hour to get the bike ready. It does, because going through. I don't have disc brakes, so I have brake pads, but some wiping everything down, checking over the frame, making sure you don't have a crack in the fiber, so something goes to hell on that. Loading everything up, tire pressure, and then just everything, because you have multiple lights that go on and everything's charged. Making sure all of my gear is everything double checked that I have everything packed. And so yeah, it is like it's about an hour to get everything ready before I go out. And then when I'm out, like I need to get like a GoPro or something like that to record. I think I did like a video this year where I was holding like my camera. It was like 93 and humid, and I'm like, hey, this is so great out here. And then like it's just I don't want to be that guy where camera wipes it out or something like that. But yeah, so I've like a 60-mile ride is easy at this point for me because I have been doing it for years. A 100-mile ride is still pretty easy because I'll pace myself and put it over a day. I actually like riding when it's hot. I tend to do much better with that. I think my body just stays loose, and I'm not really affected by the heat. I hate wind, and I do not bike in the cold. Like absolutely not. People are like, "Hey, like you can do this. You can bike in the cold," and I'm like, "Fuck, I'm not biking in the cold." You can get get a different bike with big tires and trails. I'm like, that's not me. Like no, that's forget it. Biking next to a nuclear disaster is bad. So Alex, yeah. So Nikolai Razavayu, and there's a chapter early in the book, and I interviewed Nikolai over like 4 months. He lives in Australia now. He's a couple of years older than I am, but he was 20 years old on the Soviet national team. And yeah, the day after Chernobyl, he's in Kyiv, and the Soviet national team has to bike. He got out at night with his transistor radio because they would jam. The KGB had, if you go online and do a Google search, you can do the Moscow muffler. It was in Chernobyl, and it's huge. It's this big, maybe 100-foot tall metal grid by like 3 football fields long. And they would juice this thing up, and it would black out the radio and TV signals coming in from countries outside of Russia. So remember this up in the Ukraine. But at night they would turn this thing down. So then he got out there with his transistor radio, and he's able to hear like what's happening, like Sweden saying, hey, like, we're getting high levels of radiation here on we're detecting, and something's going on in Russia. He's like, what the hell, right? But what can he do? Because if he doesn't race at that time, died of cancer. And by the way, like the Western countries, like the US, like we knew when we raced, when the other countries weren't there, like, what's really going on? And it was so fascinating because, yeah, it was, state media wasn't telling you what's going on. It's an amazing chapter to read. Again, I mean, we did about 4 months of different times we do interviews. It's different time zones, right? So he's over Australia, so it's like today or it's tomorrow over there, and right now, so he's like, telling me this stuff, and I mean, whoa, just absolutely amazing. But so how do you find out what's really happening? Face validity, as he said. I knew when they started to wash down the streets, right, that there's radiation, but yet no one is telling you anything. But so then you have to go out and bike, and then they were drinking red wine because that started to be the rumor. Hey, if you're drinking red wine, you won't succumb to the radiation. So, hey, we want to say hello to Old Humble Distilling Company in Texas. The best darn distilling company out there. I've seen you've been busy meeting up with people. So whiskey and spirits. Did an awesome. Joe did a terrific tour of his where all the magic happens. So yeah, and that's where I'm like, I wish I was closer. But yes, and he's also a Houston Astros fan, so things are really going in a great place. But Old Humble Distilling Company, if you're in Texas, look, and the bottles are just absolutely really cool. Let's check what else is going on here. Alex, I've been living off 150 for almost 2 weeks now. Yep. Lisa Heat. 20 years old in Russia, like 70 in normal years. Yeah. Yeah. Amazing stories. And I interviewed him on my show, and he was saying how he and another cyclist, they found, I think, $250,000 didn't find in a duffel bag. It was like some transaction went wrong, and they were there, and they found this cash, and I mean, I didn't put that in the book, right? There were a few things like I couldn't make it into the into the book. But like, whoa. Um, Zippy wrote, "Ancient Aliens annoys the hell out of me. Same for the Oak Island BS. Yeah, I miss a 2005, 2010 History Channel. Sure, they were useless, but it's a drain brain. Yeah, I agree. Like Ancient Aliens sucks. And then the Oak Island thing never changes, right? Um, and so there's um, but yeah, Ancient Aliens. I mean, what I really loved the old documentaries, that they did like in the 80s and stuff, like Haunted Gettysburg and stuff like that. Those are really cool because I mean they had a strong historical, portion to them in addition to the paranormal. But so you're learning a lot. Um, so Alex wrote, "God bless Texas." Yes, of course. Lisa, go Astros. Yeah. Here, I thought the Milwaukee Brewers. I remember the 1982 World Series, by the way, the Milwaukee Brewers versus the Cardinals. And yeah, so it's disheartening for the Brewers to just kind of, because not much competition there for the Braves. And that's the end of it. So yeah, I still have from 1982. I have the 245 records that the team released when it went to the World Series, Brewer Fever and Let's Turn Up the Heat. And then I had those converted over to MP3 by some recording studio. Like I took those in like 15 years ago and I said, I don't have a turntable. Can you like convert these over? And they did. So I have them on CD now. And like I've never listened. I listened to them like a couple times, but like if the Brewers would make the World Series, like I'd be one of the I'd be like the guy that had the Let's Bruin song. So let's go over bacon. I have a premium bottle of red wine in the booze fridge right now. Bacon. Where is this dumpster? I can dumpster dive there. My God, I think we're caught up. So issues with 3D printing. So issues, right? Need for raw materials. So you still have this issue of having to transport raw materials. So you're not going to be able to source these things out of your backyard. Unlikely, I guess. So you still have this whole transportation part that has to be figured out. But is it going to? Would it be easier to transport raw materials than finished because of you wouldn't have the packaging and stuff like that? So, what would be how do you deal with spoilage and stuff like that? I've been reading that a number of things coming off of the cargo ships right now, off of the coast in California, are moldy because they have silica meant to absorb moisture, but it's really only calibrated to a certain amount of time, and it's been out there longer than these things have been out there longer, and due to the humidity, so it's like hey, I just got in this pair of shoes, and then they're like moldy. So that's something that's going on. So intellectual or issues with 3D printing, intellectual property enforcement, right? Zippy, come on, right? Intellectual property. While some open source and public domain exist, and it did for the coronavirus, I wrote about it in the Velocity of Information. Remember when we were hearing on TV, you can take a ventilator, and if you can print certain parts or get certain parts for it, you can take one ventilator and turn it into two functioning ventilators. Well, that was open source code. And I had a friend who was doing some of that. And then also our friend of the show here, Drew Bay. Drew Bay was printing up 3D masks and providing them to healthcare workers in his area when they were really hard to get in the end of March. So, but that was open source code. Like that was put out there, and companies that were making these parts and normally would sell them, they couldn't keep up with things. So they just publicly opened up the code for a certain amount of time. So again, I wrote about that. And people were printing these things and then getting them to the hospital. And it brings up weird questions like, what's a liability if this thing fails and you printed it at home, but yet it was done over this open code? And other issues with 3D printing is so like intellectual property, it seems like it's going this path. When you read the research articles, it would be a subscription service, like through an Amazon type thing or Netflix or whatever. But you'd have a subscription and then you would order. And then that's how you would get your item, right? So there is this thought of, you can have a lot of things that could be hypothetically just printed, right? That kind of like, free blueprints and stuff like that. But there would be more intellectual property enforcement. And even like, would there be something with legislation? We don't know. Like, where if you buy a 3D printer, in order to use it, it needs to hook up and ping to whatever you're printing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, these are questions that have to be answered, but you probably still have the subscription service issues have to be worked out. Number 3, unclear as to how 3D printed items will be recycled. Like, we already know plastics are very difficult to recycle. So if a lot of these have plastic type polymers, I mean, so what do you do with the waste? And can it just be broken down and recycled? From what I'm reading is like that works like 1 or 2 times and then it doesn't. So you can't perpetually just keep recycling this stuff. It's not like pulp and paper and stuff like that. 4, what is the liability if you 3D print something and it fails, like a part for your car, right? If you do that, and or it's a medical device or whatever, like, so what happens? 5, ransomware and hackability. What prevents 3D printers from being corrupted? We had the Colonial Pipeline hack. I mean, so what if something comes through and shuts down your 3D printer in 5 years, or shuts down the 3D printers at the stores that you go to, and so you're like, boy, like 30% of the things that I would just go and punch in and that would be 3D printed off and ready for me when I got here, like the thing is hacked, and now they have to do some ransomware. So this question of, with the Internet of Things, like, yikes. So let's go over here to back to the chat. They needed to turn up the heat because Milwaukee gets cold in October. Yeah, it does. And the stadium is heated. I think I remembered this because, when I had a friend who went to the first home game at Miller Park. It was Miller Park at the time. Now it's American Family Field. When they shut the top of it, you could get it 20 degrees above what the outside temperature would be. So, this time of year at Wisconsin, it could be 40 degrees, 30 degrees. You could turn it on and get it warmer than that. So, before Miller Park was complete, or American Family Field, old Milwaukee County Stadium, I went to a lot of games with my friend Glenn, and they did no maintenance on the stadium. I guess they did maintenance, but here's what they did: is they had like duct tape and a box of drywall screws. So the seats were wood slat seats. And I remember, like, I totally snagged up a shirt and a pair of pants, like in a box seat or a loge seat or whatever. I'm like, what the hell? And I looked, and they're like 40 screws, like holding this thing together, because they only had to get the stadium through like that year and the next year, and then it was going to be demolished. So, there was like no maintenance. Big sections of the scoreboard were out. It was an old. If you ever want to see Milwaukee County Stadium, just go and watch the movie. Major League with Ricky Vaughn and Willie Mays Hayes, and that was filmed at Milwaukee County Stadium. Then it was supposed to be Cleveland Municipal Stadium, but so that's the stadium. So that was just a dive. I mean, at the end, there was just nothing. Just they weren't replacing light bulbs or anything. It was just limp it through until the season. The Brewers weren't in contention or anything. So there was a certain kind of neatness. I shouldn't say neat, but there was kind of this weird ambiance of going to a stadium that no one cared about. And like if you're there, and just the paint was peeling and stuff like that, and you could see like out from beyond the outfield, a new stadium, and there's this big retractable roof, and that you're going to be over there. So they didn't care. I had a friend of mine who put a bid in on the scoreboard at Milwaukee County Stadium. He had a farm, and his thought was if he won it, he was going to put it up on the side of his barn. And so he didn't win the bid, although I don't know like who won the bid, but this was his plan. And he had enough money. Like, I'm sure he put in a pretty reasonable bid. And I guess you'd have to arrange for transportation, but it was legit. Like, he showed me the whole process, and he showed me where it was going to go. And he was a big fan. His entire basement was like a hall of fame. I'm not exaggerating with that. His supports for his ceiling were baseball bats, big, milled baseball bats from the floor to the ceiling, and he had glass cases, and he had like Milwaukee Braves jerseys and other I mean, like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And but it was like walking into yeah, like a mini Hall of Fame. And yeah, it was crazy stuff. That was a guy who I helped him set up his eBay account when eBay was new, and he went crazy, like bidding on all the stuff on eBay, like back in the 90s. So you find this memorabilia and just go crazy with it. So I'm like, I don't know. I have this though. For those of you watching at home right now, let us I'll come back to that, Brian, in just a second. But this is the official ball. This is the first pitch thrown out at Wade Stadium on July 31st, 2019. I threw this out. It was a safety dock day at Wade Stadium, minor league there in Duluth, Minnesota. It's true. Like, you can just type in my name plus Wade Stadium or Duluth Huskies or whatever. And this video shows up of me throwing out the opening pitch on a safety dock day. And how that came to be was it was tied in with the release of my book. So my book was releasing a week later, and my marketing, and I graduated with my master's degree, one of my masters, from across the lake, I guess, right across the bridge, Superior, which is, just a few miles away from where the stadium is. And so anyway, like at the start of the season, they contacted and they were just saying, could we like do something, because like could you recognize him for his contributions in safety and this other stuff? They're like, sure. Like they do all kinds of wacky stuff. So yeah, I got to throw out the opening pitch, which is, you can find that video actually. Like, let me see if I can find that, for anyone looking, but I think I can find it right now. So there's an interesting story to go with that. This is kind of a weird setup here. Brian, I haven't forgot about you, buddy. All right, so share. I don't know why that thing doesn't have more likes, but all right. So here's the Duluth doc. Let's just do that. So right there, that's the video, Duluth doc I put in there. So yeah, I got to throw the opening pitch, and then we got really nice seats. I mean, granted, like old minor league is really like it's a cool park though. I absolutely loved it, and it was perfect weather. So it's just one of those things. I mean, how often do you get to throw out a baseball at a baseball game on like dock day? The safety dock. And people around me, like, they were like, hey, like, you're the guy who threw out the pitch, and it's really awesome. And there was like a banner down in the lobby area. This stadium was built in the 30s. It was like the Civil Conservation Corps project, and they recycled bricks from downtown, like from the turn of the century, and built the stadium. So it has this real like nostalgic feel to it. Artificial turf, but yeah. So people were like getting their picture next to me, and it was a fun time. Like, they gave me a shirt, like a polo shirt. I didn't realize I had like a big hole in the side of it, like a gunshot. Like, what the hell? Like, I can't even fix this thing. But thanks for the shirt. But they were great to me. I don't know what happened to the shirt though, man. I didn't want to bring it up. I mean, they're really generous. And when I went out to the mound to throw out that opening pitch, by the way, I had a torn hamstring, which I tore getting luggage out of my car like a month before. So I've been, in treatment for it and stuff like that. So like, I was totally like Ben Gay, all of that stuff, like just to get out there, to limp out and to throw that, pitch down to home base. So that was crazy, but oh God, it was Duluth. I think they won the game like 11-0, and there's this old guy in front of us, and Duluth was up like, I don't know, like 7-8-0. And they had a couple guys on base, and he's like, grind them into dust. I mean, he's he's screaming at, the team, like, show no mercy. I don't know who they played, like the, St. Paul Larks or whatever it is. I'm like, whoa, this guy's intense. Like, don't mess with him. But yeah, that was the game where before So before I got out to throw the pitch, well, they were supposed to give me the mic, and they never did because they wanted. I could have said I had like a little thing I was going to say, and like they knew this like going into it, but it's like interns, right? They're like 18, 19 years old, and so you kind of have this youthful energy and stuff. They're like, hey, so I was just going to address the crowd of, hey, thank you. And, thanks for, getting out to ball games. It's a good way for, to build that community and also kind of, your prediction skills, what's going to happen next, stuff like that. And I never got to say any of it, but but the guy said to me, hey, like, don't, whatever you do, like, don't say anything bad about our sponsors. And then I'm like, I'm like, what? And then their sponsors like is a window company up there, and I think it was like the Enbridge with the oil, gas line, and something else. I don't know, Target stores or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know. It wasn't even on my mind until you just brought it up. So then, of course, I'm thinking like, where did this happen? Like somewhere in the leagues, this happened, right? Like somebody, got up there and trashed a sponsor. Yeah, and the fact that they didn't tell me that until like I got right up there, I'm like, I wasn't going to do that. Come on, the safety doc. I'm not going to do that. But anyway, like so the general manager signed it, this ball, but they signed it in this ink that is almost completely faded. So I have this dilemma now. Do I touch it up on my own with my Mont Blanc pen, which then the ink will never fade? But then I'm leaving it up to my own skills to touch this up, which could pretty much just ruin this baseball. Do I have somebody do this that I trust? I mean, not like I'm going to put a lot of money into this, but I mean, in another couple of years, I mean, the writing will pretty much be gone. Not that the baseball has really anything outside of intrinsic value, but yeah, it was just a cool thing to have the sign baseball be able to throw that ball. So let's go over here to so anybody, if you have watched me throw out that heater in Duluth on July 31st, like that video. I think it's got 5 likes. We need more likes for that. So we need a return to the ballpark day by Doc. I think it was like one of the best days they had. Like, I don't know, it was like a one hitter and they won like 11-0 and there's like a lot of people there. And just the energy was good. Like everybody was just building up to it. They're like, Doc's going to be here. So yeah, I think it was I don't know, man. It's one of the absolute greatest things to do that. So Zippy wrote, building the printers with the integrity and confidentiality of 3D models is the only way to combat piracy effectively. Yeah. So as these printers get built for 3D printing, anything that starts to get built at a home level, how do you do that in the subscription services? And Cameron wrote to Alex, would you mainly need a custom slicer software, or would the printer itself have to be changed as well? Okay, I'll let Alex respond to you on that. I have no idea. I don't know how that works. I don't know how my microwave works either. So I do know that one time in the last year, it kind of microwaved itself and burned down part of it, the inside of it. And since it's a part of a set that we had all of our stuff like replaced 7 years ago, you can't see it from the outside. It doesn't really mess with it, but like, it's kind of like a microwave eating itself like with MRSA. I'm like, how the hell did that happen? So turned on itself. It's probably ghost related. Alex wrote, with integrity and confidentiality in mind. Yeah. Our good friend Bacon wrote, they should have had a copy of School of Airs over that shirt. I hear that book stops most pistol calibers. Yeah, it's hard cover on both sides. So a little fact here about School of Airs is it was supposed to be released in paperback and hardcover, so it's hardcover and ebook. So it was weird when I was talking with my publisher, same publisher is releasing Velocity of Information, and they were saying, yeah, we'll do the same. We'll release in paperback and hard copy, just like we did for School of Airs. I'm like, you didn't release School of Airs in paperback? They're like, we didn't. I'm like, no, like, can you get on that? Because like, that book still sells and it would be a better price point for some people. So I haven't seen it. Velocity of Information will release in hard copy. It's a thicker book, so that one will protect you more. 255 pages versus 204. hard copy, paperback, ebook, and then audio. Audio will be staggered though; it won't come out at the same time as the other three. That's so they can get their saturation in print copy before audio comes out. But so yeah, let's see here. So Andrew wrote, "This baseball pitch is brought to you by Pfizer." Yeah. Whoa. Interesting. Yeah. Zippy, just going back to that. I mean, who would have thought on July 31st, 2019, beautiful summer day, you're right off of Lake Superior, and just this, and people out for a ball game and stuff like that, a year, they didn't have a season the following year. They couldn't have one because of the mask mandates and social distancing and all of that. So yeah, the ballpark was idle in 2020. So I'm kind of like feel fortunate I was able to do it when I was to get up there. Just how things have changed, since then. So that was also the same, by the way, also the same ballpark where I went to a game with my dad there. Oh God, about 10 years ago. And parking lot was all full. So they had you park in this field, but you had to like go up in a embankment to get to this field. And so I'm watching, and all the vehicles ahead of me are doing this without an issue. And I'm like, and it seems like the overflow parking. And he had a new Chevy Equinox. And as we're going up, I could feel and sense there was a drag on the front. I'm like, oh. So I'm like, it hit obviously as I was going up. So I got out and I looked, and the front of the vehicle was ripped off. So I didn't run over it, like it was hanging down. So then after the game, we had to go to Walmart, and I got duct tape, industrial duct tape or Gorilla tape, and I taped everything together. And the thing was like it rained heavy like the whole way home. And then he took it to a body shop, and in like 5 minutes they were able to like put it all back together and rivet the pieces from underneath. You couldn't tell, and everything was fine. To this day, like they still has a vehicle, but I'm like, how the hell did that not clear? Like, like a Toyota Pinto in front of me, or not a Toyota, Ford Pinto in front of me cleared, but I don't know. It's just like, what? Zippy, now you can always reformat, convert things, not to mention modify firmware. Anti-piracy is cost prohibitive, like prohibition in the 20s. Yeah. Let's check what's happening down here. So I think Lisa might be no, Lisa's still here. My God, thank you, Lisa. So did the video die, or is it just me? Oh God, which one? This one? I think we're still good here. So all right. And I don't know, or if you're checking that one where I'm over there in Duluth, like throwing the heater. So Zippy, it is you. Okay. Robert wrote, the team is owned by Pfizer, not unlike Rollerball. Yeah. I don't know who owns the team, actually. I mean, it's one of those things I didn't research a lot ahead of time because I didn't think I'd have to be kind of challenging my ethics of whether it was okay to throw a first pitch there at the Duluth Huskies game. And I, like I said, they treated me great, and but it was a weird thing. Yeah, of getting that directive. And then the other thing was like, hey, if you have any sunflower seeds, don't spit them out on the field, because this artificial turf or whatever it was, it's like hell to get those out of that, and it messes up everything. I don't have that. I no chewing tobacco, no big league chew. I'm pretty just normal sneakers here. Yeah, there's I don't know what you're expecting from me. I don't know what other videos you've watched, or like other stories of me at ballparks or stadiums or things like that have come down from legend. But yeah, you've made a good decision to bring me in. Like, it was a good thing. So, Alex wrote, not even sure my pitch would make it to home, but mine didn't. Mine hopped. If you watch it, and they don't expect you. I didn't know this either, too. Like, because I didn't kind of watch how people do this, but you don't throw from the rubber. on the mound, you move up and you throw from the front of the mound. If you watch people throw for first pitches, I didn't know that. And I mean, like my hamstring was torn. Like I didn't want to like fall down after that. And then they have to, they have to pull me off with a stretcher or something like that. I mean, it was so crazy because like it was just like I said, freak thing. But so yeah, it looks good. Like the catcher did a nice job catching it. I guess whatever angle you're looking at it, maybe it looks like it made home base, but that was just a hell of a thing. Just a hell of a thing. Uh, so yeah, I mean it was. Let me do this. So dun 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 Oopa Loopas. And by the way, like the thumbnail for the show totally got messed up. I don't know what caused that either. I'm like, what's the deal here? So by the way, if you haven't subscribed to this show, please do that. I would appreciate that. Share it with friends. Yeah, when I do book signings this year too, I'm going to do a little different approach and give out like some gift cards, Amazon gift cards or something like for book signings because you get people to show up, but I just think you get more people to show up and those book signings. Then if you go to libraries in towns and stuff like that and author events, they're usually covered by the media, so you want to have people there. So so let me I'm going to bring let me bring this up over here so we got some commercial that's going on, but let's get out of that. And all right, let's I don't think you've got audio for this, but I will narrate this as I'm going to try something here, folks. So here we go. Can I do this? What is going on here? Can I let's do this. And let's do this. And sure. Okay. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, good. Yeah. All right. Well, things are kind of going our way. So this is in Duluth. It's only a minute and 26 seconds. And so, this dude is announcing, and it's got the old scoreboard back there that's made of iron. And there's actually like beyond this is where the iron ore would come out and go to the boats in the harbor, like back in the 40s for World War II. They make, tanks and stuff like that out of. So so yeah, it was pretty wild. So right there, like here's the thing, like it's Duluth Huskies, right? And so then there's this guy, hey, David's coming out here. I'm like, yeah. So there's me gipping it out. That's my daughter doing cartwheels, and you look at me like I'm just it's a painful hike out to the mountain, but it's just lovely. Like, yeah, I'm giving the old sign there, throwing the heater at you. Got the old Ricky Vaughn here, no curveball. So then you have someone I'm giving the heater here, and it's like, whoa, and it right off the plate. So that is the ball that they signed for me. So give him the heater, Ricky. Give him the heater. So yeah, it's pretty cool. But anyway, dun 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 dun. It was good. It's good times. So let's go. Remember, I was saying that I thought. Okay, just wait a second. Whoa. All right. YouTube is being kind of silly at the moment. And here we go. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, we're back. And we're back. Good. Okay. All right. So again, we're talking about, I think we're in this phase right now where we are leaving just-in-time manufacturing and we're entering the 3D printing. And I think behind the scenes, this is where investment is flowing into 3D printing. And I talked about the start. I have a friend who is substantial portions of his house are being 3D printed on site. And he's like, who would have thought, a couple of years ago, but the printer or the manufacturer said, this is an option for us to do some of these things. And there was energy efficiency, like that. If we did it this way and certain things that he wanted, and he had some corners and other things that were a little unique in the way that this house was being put together. And I said, let's do this. So he's like, yeah, sure. Let's go for it. So, and one of the things that Zippy was saying was IP rights as they are, nothing but stagnation and waste. The cost of scale is too big. So yeah, that has to be worked out for, that definitely has to be worked out for what is going to happen here. So, and all right, this is where, if you see, like, if you want to try out for audition for assistant to this show, 156 episodes here. This is the kind of stuff like you're like, okay, this is where I could help Dave. Like, I definitely, like, right here I could jump in and help him. So like, there's 250 hours of content. There every once in a while, like, there was somebody in Washington State, a safety coordinator at a district, who contacted me like a year ago. He's like, I listened to everything you produce. Like, I've listened to everything. I've seen all your PBS stuff and whatever. And he said, I've downloaded every podcast and I've either watched it or listened to it. I'm like, you've listened to 200 hours of my content? And he did. Like, he knew everything. There was somebody else who made outlines of my shows and sent them to me, like, just thinking this might, be useful for you. And I'm like, I appreciate that. But yeah, it's interesting. I know, like, Phil in Germany will listen to this as he's doing other things, and he's like, I like the longer shows. The show used to be an hour when it was syndicated on the 405 media, and which I'm not a part of the 405 anymore. The programming is kind of different than the stuff that I do, but for a while there, yes, on the 405. I think the 405 still, like, pulls one of my feeds, the audio feed, and we'll syndicate it out. But Sippy, Drakenfell History is the best worship channel on YouTube. So, all right, I'm not going to fight you. Come on, buddy. I'm not going to do that. Alex Bastisto, Doc's pitch or Zippy to Strange's Dinner. So yeah, I don't. Well, wholesome. Okay, yeah. Just tell him, Lisa, that was great. Like, you would have, if you could have seen the way the fans kind of lit up for that when I went out there. I mean, it was like, I wasn't the hometown hero, right? Because I'm not from there. Because people are kind of like, who is this guy? Like, where's this? He's got a day devoted to him. Like, this is Doc Day at the ballpark. This is why we're out here. Yeah, I mean, it was just like, I don't know. I mean, they'll be like, they'll remember that July 31st, 2019. So yeah, every once in a while, when I'm up in the Superior Duluth area, especially down at Canal Park, you'll kind of catch somebody pointing, and then, eventually they'll walk over and they'll look at the phone, they'll look at me, and they'll be like, this is you, right? You were the guy, you're the Doc, you're the guy that threw this out. I'm like, yeah, that's me. Like, wow. I'm like, yeah, just appreciate it. So yeah. I got really cool stories to share about being down at Canal Park too in Duluth, and it was just cool. Like, the time I took over a tour that was happening at what the hell was it? The William Irvin, like a 600-foot ore freighter that's there, and there was, like, I don't know, the tour guide didn't know much. It's just, not to speak poorly of a tour guide, but it was just, the tour guide was a younger person, right? And they're talking about how, I think it was the Edmund Fitzgerald, how the Edmund Fitzgerald was an ore freighter and it went down. I think it was 1976 or whatever. I remember when it went down. I was watching TV, and I remember the scroll on the bottom in my family, and they're like, "Oh my god!" But the kid was kind of like, you could tell that you didn't kind of know where to go with the story. And then I was like, hey, as we're doing the tour, I'm like, my dad worked on the Edmund Fitzgerald, which he did in college. They paid college kids up in Superior. They would come up and pay you cash and give you food, a meal to come. This is before, like, OSHA. So yeah, to go down there, like, in the 60s, and they give you steel shovels, because when they would unload the boats, there was always stuff around the support beams that the unloaded devices could get. So you had to have people, labor, do that, right? So the college kids were pretty eager to get cash in their pocket. So I'm like, you had experience, with that. And then you sit down and you eat with the crew, and just what that was like, right? Yeah, it's kind of cool stuff. but not cool that the boat sank, obviously. But yeah. So I always do like the harbor tour, like every time we're up there too. Like even though it hasn't changed. Is that the boat from Seinfeld? What? What? I don't know. I don't know. Was there a boat on Seinfeld? Is there a boat from Seinfeld? I'm not sure what that is. So let me just quickly check. We get these notices always from our daughter's school, and that's my fantasy football league, which I beat the first place team this week. Destroyed them by like 70 points. So yeah, good for me. I want to make tacos now. Yeah, never a bad time for tacos. I don't know. Just never bad time. I bought some what I thought was the green. I just kind of go by the color, the green taco sauce in the big bottle, but it was the wrong kind. So now I'm like stuck with this big bottle, which will take a couple months to use up. And I'm like, it's not, but I'm not going to throw it out. So George lost an apartment. Oh, because the board game gave it to a guy. Yeah, that was the Andrea Doria, right? Andrew. So yeah, that wasn't in Superior, the Andrea Doria, but I remember that episode. And yeah, so the Edmund Fitzgerald sank. I think it was 1976. It was in November. I want to say November 11th, but it was November. And it's just is a squall, huge storm. And I think it bottomed out. And then, this big, almost 1,000-foot freighter, it would crack and then it would just fill up with water and sink. And everyone on board died. So, not pretty. I mean, it was very, it was catastrophic. And it was considered like in modern day that wouldn't happen. Like you would be able to get people off of the lake in time. So, I mean, it was this modern maritime. It was weird too, because when they found the boat and went down, there were skeletal remains. Like, so they had to make sure that they weren't showing those. And so now it's against the law, like to, it gets considered a grave site, and I don't think anybody can like tip it far enough. I don't know exactly where it is, but I just remember watching a few documentaries. Whoa, actually, like to make this, you're like, oh, what is it? Here's the Edmund Fitzgerald, by the way. So this is the Edmund Fitzgerald. Yes, from the gift shop. It says Edmund Fitzgerald there, not the Edmund Fitzgerald gift shop, but from a gift shop of the Bill Irvin in Superior or Duluth, down by Canal Park. So this is what it looked like. So, right? This thing cost me $8.99, by the way. But yeah, instead of trying to describe it, you could 3D print that today for like $0.25. So green pepper, yeah, I love Tabasco sauce, absolutely, on everything. So I do this, kind of walking taco thing where it's like the tuna packet, and then I put Doritos inside of it and smash it down, and then I eat it. And I usually do that too before I bike, because then I'm getting from the fish oil from the tuna for joints and cardio, plus the protein from the tuna, plus Doritos because they're just great. So yeah, bacon. So if we are moving into this part where we are hitting into 3D printing, who's going to keep investing in just-in-time manufacturing? Like when just-in-time manufacturing hit the scene, who was the person putting money into warehouses? It didn't make sense, right? So again, this whole crossroads we're at, that I think we got pushed forward because of I wrote about that. When you have a black swan event, it usually rockets you forward. We wouldn't have been at remote work, unless we would have had the pandemic. We would have got there at some point, but not like this fast. Remote education, telemedicine, right, which is up tenfold since March of 2020. So we wouldn't have got there without this black swan, this disrupting event. So it's weird, like one of the interviews I did for the book is I had the Alaskan crab boater Robert Travis, and I interviewed Robert several times, and he's a fascinating guy because he has a company he started, Rooftop Life Rafts, and now he's based out of Texas. Lisa, based out of Texas. They sell these customized life raft systems all over the world, and there's a lot of places he was identifying in these places where the water rises, floods them out, so you have to activate, and it can be off the side of your house or like portable boat systems. So, and he did that after being understanding crab boat and having 2 seasons on the crab boat. But it was so amazing to talk to him, right, on listening to him about the crab boat seasons and just like how dangerous. Like one chapter is titled "All of My Bosses Are Dead." 4 out of 4 bosses killed on the boat. But we got into this kind of nostalgia thing, where we're talking, and he said, there was this thing, like if you were on a crab boat, like you were up for that. Like that was totally your jam. Like these are people who lived on the edge, are adrenaline junkies, and you wanted that. Like that's why you did that job. But there will be a point in time when those jobs really won't exist as they do now, meaning like they'll be automated. You'll still have the boats go out, but they'll mostly be either remote control or a lot of the deckhand stuff, which is highly dangerous, right? Back in 2003 was the most dangerous job, Bureau of Labor Statistics. And that will be automated. Like you will be either inside controlling it so this whole risk factor. And, he was getting into these other, these deep thinking things like, the boats, what if the new boats are designed so they don't roll 40 foot side to side, and they have all this special radar and these sensors on them so they can anticipate how to respond to these waves. And, because he said when it would roll, you'd be thrown from one side to another and all this. You could see some of the video from crab boaters online, what it looks like. And he's like, there's something of like that job that people have done, for centuries. This really dangerous job will just be gone. And you'll be telling the story and people just won't be able to relate, like, because it's not, and there's something he was very much missing, in kind of thinking forward to when he's 30 years from now or whatever, and he's telling this, and now the crab boat stuff has kind of changed maybe, and the crab deck, it's kind of like people who used to work on a railroad, right? Like a big railroad wheel or the hub in my town, at the turn of the century, and how crazy and dangerous that was. Like, always like accidents and boilers blowing up and people getting killed because cars smashed together and start firing and stuff like that. That stuff doesn't happen anymore, right? So, but he said there is something though that he was glad, right, that he had that adrenaline, that he had kind of that raw face of interface of going out in nature and this risk, and he's like, where do you get that then? Is it going to be harder and harder and harder to look for these things? All of these discussions, like, if you're 3D, if you're monitored by all the time by like some wearable wrist thing of your pulse and your GPS, like, will there be certain activities you do that will be considered too risky? And then you can do this, like, but but you're not going to be covered by, like, skydiving, but you're not going to be covered by insurance or something like that. I mean, he just had a really deep thinking of like how danger is being kind of worked out of the equation. Some danger's still there, but our exposure to danger, we're being distanced from it. And again, I'm like, yeah, I mean, you're right. There could be in 30 to 40 years, it could be 3D printed, right? So you don't even have to go out and take the boat out there, I guess, your crab. So, but it was this very visceral sense of loss as he was talking about that. And it stuck with me. Like, I brought it up in a following interview with him. I'm like, did I read that wrong? Like, when we were talking about it, like that you felt sad about the changes which are impending, like they will happen in the industry. And he's like, no, you read that, you're right on. Like, that's, I do. Cause I still want those opportunities to be there, even though they're dangerous and risky. It's like it's like me trying to go across a dam from the Civil Conservation Corps. Like, I wrote about that in School of Airs too. Like, when you get too removed from authentic experiences, it gets very difficult to become situationally aware and function in authentic experiences. So going back here to our good friends over here in the chat, Lisa, who's your team playing? So yes, Lisa also is the owner or part owner of the Houston Astros. So and yeah, she was saying kind of going away from the polyester uniforms to all cotton because it's natural fiber and it breathes. But the thing is, like, you wash those, you can shrink and stuff like that. So I don't know. I would expect the Astros, if they make it to the World Series, as long as they do new uniforms for every game, they'll be okay. If they try to wash and dry them, that's definitely going to be a loss. There's just not enough movement. But polyester can get pretty hot, especially this time of year when Houston is about 114 degrees at night. So, oh my God, Lisa, you are inviting Bacon over to Houston for tacos. Know what you're getting into. He's a great guy, but yeah, Bacon. Ask him if he'll wear the Darth Vader mask, which he uses to make entrances. And if you do meet him, he has many stories to share about Chop, Chaz, and Dismore's IGA. And if you get through all of those, Inglewood. Not the Dodgers, Atlanta Braves. So, by the way, I am making a road trip in spring to New Mexico. I'm going to be stopping out in Salt Lake City to visit Rob from Rob Says. And then also probably down to northern Texas to meet up with a few fans. So once I kind of have that figured out a little bit more, I will let you know, like, if I'm still doing the Pennsylvania fan meetup. I've got to get that. I'm going to stay in Gettysburg. So been working with Vince over at Masculine Geek. Vince has a certain place that's been around since Battlefield times that he stays in when he's doing some writing and stuff like that for a weekend. So he's like, that's the place, Doc. It's kind of like where you want to set up shop. So I will be doing that because I've always wanted to see Gettysburg, and since I have friends like that that live like right there, who just kind of like a backyard thing for them, they could show me around because I'm like I don't. So yes, we will have the Gettysburg meetup, and then we'll have the New Mexico meetup. So yeah, I'm driving for both of those too. By the way, no flying, so it will be the Buick doing both of those trips. By the way, my speedometer, I just noticed this because I had to adjust some of the settings and stuff, but I don't put many miles on the car, right? Like I only put like 3,000-4,000 miles a year on it, but my speedometer goes to 170 miles an hour, and it does, I have 310 horsepower in the car, but I just think it's kind of interesting, 170 miles an hour. So, if I got it up around there, it's a pretty short trip to either of those destinations. Bacon wrote, I do have friends in Houston, come to think of. Bacon. Shame railroad was not used as public transport. Yeah, I have, a significant rail line runs through my town. And that's a good question, of where things will go with rail. It's good. And yeah, what is it going to mean? What will that mean for rail in the future when more 3D printing happens, either at a home site or regional site? Or again, what if you are, and I know these exist because I've read the white papers of companies or, companies I invest in, right, who send the stuff out. And they'll say, we are anticipating that in our stores, the newer stores will have a smaller footprint because, again, we will be not carrying as many items. You won't be getting it from the store, but we can also we'll have the capability for 3D printing. So anyone here see that commercial where there is, hey, is Bacon? Anyway, there's a commercial and then there's like this kid. He's like, hey, like I can recycle this wrapper and take it back to the store and recycle this wrapper like from a granola bar. And I think like the dad figure is like, well, what do you want to make out of it? And he's like, a hang glider. And the dad's like, how about like a bench? And I'm like, who the hell's going to take a wrapper back to a store to recycle it? I've got a pretty sad setup there. Man, like, come on. Like, that's when you make that commercial, right? Like, that's, no one is doing that. Wrapper's going into the garbage. Should make the wrapper, you could eat it. So, so somebody so here is, oh, Zippy, good night. Sorry, I didn't see that. Keep me up to date on some of the intellectual property stuff. I can tell you, it's not on any of the school administrators' radar. So we've had discussions about it. So, yeah, it's not there. At least I hope to go to Texas one day and see that distillery. So, and so Moose, I think you are, if I'm correct, in Illinois. So, right here close to Wisconsin, if I remember from one of your posts over on Bull Distillery. So, yeah, I want to go to Texas too. Like I have a number of friends and so I was like, what's a rattlesnake situation like down there? It's not a big thing up here. So, but I don't know. I don't want to deal with that. Rattlesnakes, crocodiles, or things like that. So Bacon, did you 3D print the Darth Vader mask? So it was good. Bacon was with me on, well, I mean, we had the marathon evening show when there were riots in Madison, Wisconsin, Seattle, and other places. Was it May of 2020? Nick Schulander was in that show. I think John Steele, from Seattle, was in that show. We had like 4 hours, and what was it? Trying to kick down Nick's door. And by the way, like, we haven't heard from Nick in months. So that was wild. I had the scanners on, the police scanners. Because you have a scanner app, like you bring up on one of the screens. I was kind of getting a feed of what's going on, and I'm like, oh my God, these are all places kind of I know. So Robert wrote, Chinicho Dragons. Just my luck. The favorite baseball team is based in Japan. Didn't Tom Selleck play for them, Robert? I'm pretty sure. In Mr. Big League, right? Which actually I liked that movie. So yeah, I was kind of like real big into like Japan for a while. I was watching podcasts of like people abroad in Japan. Chris from England and stuff like that. I mean, just like the culture and stuff. I was just like, that was for a few months there. I just couldn't get enough of trying to figure that out. And then I've never been to Japan and probably never will be, but unless they invite me over to present. I mean, that's kind of what I've got going on for me. Like, hey, if somebody contacts me and wants to fly me over because of something they've seen or some of my work, I'm like, so where in New Mexico will you be headed? So I will be stopping in Santa Fe, and then I will specifically be going to a ranch where some relatives live, which I can't give the exact location, but that is very rural. So, but yes, so this is part of the going through New Mexico. But yes, I will be going in Santa Fe. So I don't think I've ever been to New Mexico. Like something, I guess I should know if I've been there or not, but I've got this plotted out. I've never been. I guess I've been to Salt Lake City, but yeah. So I'll be hanging out with Rob. We'll see what happens in Salt Lake City. So, bacon goes on bacon. Rattlesnakes are not a big problem in Houston. Good to hear, Lisa. That's good. Yeah. We have, so in fall, in back of us, we have parkland, and several grass snakes always come out of there when it's warm. So like this time of year, if it gets up in the 60s or 70s for a day, they come out, and then they're always like in our yard and in our driveway. And one year I had a 5-gallon pail, and my daughters were young. I mean, they were like maybe 3 and 4. It's funny. And they were out there helping me pick these things up and put them in a pail. And then I would take them further back and dump them in there because I didn't want them around, or they got in the house like through a vent. I had to like put a screen over a vent, and it was kind of a mess. Thankfully, like they don't bite or anything like that, but I mean, they were all over the place. Like I'd never seen so many snakes. So yeah, Mr. Baseball. Yeah, Mr. Baseball. That's a good movie. Like it has Tom Selleck, and yeah, you can spend a lifetime trying to figure out Japan. So that was, it wasn't a goal of mine, but something I thought about is after I was on PBS and did some of the university stuff of trying. I don't know how you like set up that network, like so you can go to another country, they can bring you in to present, because I had done some pretty significant things, especially in school and community safety, and but yeah, that kind of never worked out. And today, like I don't think I really would be interested in international travel, because I don't want to, I don't know the restrictions, and I don't want to be somewhere where something happens and you can't get out of that place. That's kind of the other part, yikes. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. So a couple things that are going on right now. So again, I think we're closer to 3D printing than we are to any. I think we're at the end of just-in-time manufacturing, and we're getting close to 3D printing. And the big spenders out there aren't going to put a lot of bucks into that just-in-time manufacturing and logistics and transportation systems, when they know at some point that's going to be phased out and they're going to be 3D printing. So talking about 3D printing, Atham Aldiqua is in the chat room. Atham is a caver. He once 3D printed 1/8 replica of Wind Cave in South Dakota. And it's not in his living room. It is in, I think, his dining room, which reminds me a little bit about Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I don't know why he did it, but it's awesome. He has pictures of it up on his website. I don't know if it was cavingamerica.net. That's still what it was. But yeah, Atham is in the house. Atham will also tell you the story about his Ford Expedition when he lost control, did a 370, totaled it out, but he was all right. So Atham, what's happening? Robert wrote, not sure, I've only ever traveled international as a guest to gaming conventions. Yeah. So I drove to Disney. I took the family to Disney Orlando in 2017. And it was the Griswold trip to go down there. I'm glad I actually drove it, because I got to go through places that I hadn't been through before, like Dothan, Alabama, where they just had these signs up along the road, like stop here for peanuts. Like that was the thing, like apparently. And then like, yeah, or get off here to like pet the alligators. I'm like, whoa, like things I don't see up in my part of the town. So yeah. And then like, I don't know. It was just cool. Like the I-4, like driving to Disney. I felt like I accomplished something. Like when I got there, I was like, yes. And again, that was back before Disney had all the pandemic changes and some of the other stuff. So that was cool. Oh God, I had on my Badger stuff, and the Badgers made it to the Final Four when I was there. So, like everyone was coming up to say, oh my God, congratulations. I'm like, yeah, thanks. But first time an American pronounces my name correctly. Good job, Doc. Yeah, it's because I had you on my show. So I know. I don't know how to pronounce Lisa's last name, though, so I'm a little worried about next week. So it's Linnae or Liney, or I've got to make sure that I get that down. So that's what, and working with a narrator for the book, you have to go through and find, there's certain words I don't know how to pronounce, that Nikolai talks about, certain Russian things. And I'm like, so I got to check with him. Like, how do you pronounce these things? I don't know. Yeah. So, Robert wrote, as much as I love aviation, I prefer to drive when I travel in the United States. Yeah, I do too. And I like the control of driving and the ability to kind of do the rustic road type thing and give myself time. And now with GPS, right? You can kind of always typically figure out where you're at. So, but yeah, I like I said, I'm glad we did that and we didn't fly. We were supposed to fly, and then they shut Disney down 3 days before. That was in March of 2020, which sucked. Have you said my last name, Bacon? Whoa. Lisa's saying it's Lenny, like Lenny Kravitz or Lenny and Squiggy. So Laverne and Shirley. And then Japan in particular, as Far East Asia in general, are of particular interest to me. I studied at the university as well. So yeah, my sister-in-law is from Japan. So, and goes back for months at a time. They go back. So, but yeah, it's something if, for those of you younger in the audience, and I guess Doc age too, but do these things while you have an opportunity to, like when you're young, like go out and travel and do these things. And like Aaron Clary wrote about it in Reconnaissance Man, which I wrote a review for on Amazon. But get out when you're 17, 18, 19, 20 and go places, like find out what's out there. And then also you can decide, like, do I want to live? What are my interests? Well, okay, like for me, like biking. All right, like pick Wisconsin. So between November and April, it's really not an option because everything's snowy and icy. You make then decisions that kind of better align to your interest. Yeah, I'm not a cold weather person. Like you could snowmobile. Yeah, I could. You could snowshoe. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that stuff. Yeah. So I'm not, there's no, I'm not I'm not cheering this on or Laura Lenny. So Lisa, whoa. Did you just change your name? I can carry extra stuff driving. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing too. Like I took a lot of stuff. We took a lot of stuff when we went to Disney and we really packed, and the thing was, we were going back to Disney. We were going to be guest. That was when School of Airs came out. And I still the letter, like I was contacted by Disney, and this is again with, the marketing and all that stuff. And the thing of School of Airs, just like throwing out the first pitch. I don't know what would have all happened, but we would have got some recognition there. Like we wouldn't have been in a parade or anything, but that all got nixed, which sucked. Pretty sure. Lisa, dun dun dun. So I see Bacon, Senor Tosinai. Why do you live in Wisconsin? Why do you live in Wisconsin? Yes, because it's a horrible justification. I was born here. So I have Wisconsin citizenship, which makes it very difficult to move to any of the 49 states outside of Wisconsin. But yeah, I was born here. And so we have family here. And I am in now southern Wisconsin. I was born and lived in northern Wisconsin. So this time of year, it would be, there'd already 4 inches of snow. There'd be enough ice for ice fishing. And, so it really was disheartening. I mean, like your last good go at it was like Labor Day weekend. And then like the weather just went to hell. So, now where I live, I moved here, right? Because this was for a job 20 years ago. And now like, because I'm retired, I can live anywhere. Like I don't have to live here, but also have it's a nice area as far as like, where Madison, Wisconsin is. That's a 40-minute drive up the interstate. So you can get to the bigger stuff if you want to or need to. But for biking, it's pretty awesome during biking season where I'm at. And then, it's cheap to live where I'm at. Like it just is. Well, relatively speaking, versus like the more built up areas, and it's safer, I guess. We live in a part of town too that has developed. So like where I'm at on my side of town is where the new hospital is. And the school campus and all of that stuff. And so like our property values have gone up. I heat my house with wood. So you've maybe seen the pictures of like, all of the firewood gets stacked in the next room. And to buy a house or to build a house with the type of fireplace that I have, and I had the chimney rebuilt and stuff like this, would be really expensive to do. So, and we have a backyard that's very big, and it opens up into parkland, city parkland, which is all woods. So it's kind of like living in the country while living in the city. That's my neighbor. We have the same thing, like about 3 of us that works out. And he's like, "Oh, it's just the best place to live." But yeah, I mean, it's outside of that. And I'm not a big, like, I'm not a big go to concerts, go to sporting events. I went to every single Packers home game in the 90s, every single game, including playoffs. But I just don't. So I just want it warmer in winter, or like if I just left here in winter and went where it's warmer, or just like was able to visit for a while where it was warmer. Like when we went to Disney in winter, I mean, of 2017, like it was awesome. Like there was snow on the ground and it's cold here. And I remember when we got on the I-4 and we're getting close to Orlando, and I rolled down the windows and you can just get that humid air. It's like 75, 80. I'm like, oh my God, this is so good. I left, it was like 24 degrees. And so I think that would help me reset. But I am like a stalwart. I don't know, or stoic. I'll go out at night. Like I walk on the track, the high school track. And I do that because I don't want to get hit by a car. Dark, and we don't have, our town is the third oldest town in Wisconsin, so not a lot of sidewalks. It's kind of like you just walk on the road. And so you're okay there. But even if it's like 25, 35 degrees below zero and windy, like I'll still go out, and I have these like huge mitts, these, that I'll wear, and then layers of clothes, my winter, the navy pea coat and everything. And just to go out and make sure I get that in at night. And it's pretty wild to do that. Yeah. When you're out in like 35 degrees with like a minus 40 wind chill. It's just, you're so cold. It is, but yet like it is, there's something kind of neat about it. And there's once in a while, like at the football field, because, field's in a little bit of a valley. Like I'm up on top of the hill, which is great when it rains because I never get rain in my basement and all the water like goes down into the valley. But, but also like down in the valley, the fog will roll in. So kind of like the movie, The Fog, right? It's a little freaky. And so like if you're on the track, you can actually see the fog come up and come over the track, and then kind of it's all around you, then it takes off. And Robert wrote, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin was rather nice last time I was there. Yes, it does still exist. It is nice. I have some friends that live down there. Yeah, Lake Geneva. So I attended a conference down there like 30 years ago, and it was at the Playboy. It was one of the Playboy mansions that had been turned into a conference center. So, but yeah, Lake Geneva is a very wealthy part of the state. Like, yeah. Atham, hey, it's really a road trip if you don't almost die. So, yeah, when School of Airs was accepted for publication. So the story to go with that is the day it was accepted so I had submitted it, right? And then the publisher has to agree. Yeah, we're going to put it in print. It was a big process, right? Like 1 out of 1,000 to get your book, to get your offer accepted. And then when you write the book, the publisher can still say no, and can separate from you at that point. But anyway, in the morning, like the publisher gets hold of me, hey, like we're publishing the book. So I'm like, great. And there's still like rounds of proofs to go through, just like now. Like even though this book was accepted last month, it won't release until February because they have to go through 3 rounds of proofs, where the proofs are really where they're checking the end notes, 471 end notes, and formatting and artwork and all of that. And they're like, how about this? And then you change it. How about this? You get 3 rounds of that. But anyway, book was accepted. I'm driving home, and it was January. I think it was like, I don't know, January 18th, 2019. And I'm driving home, and it starts to do this like little hint of snow, sleet on the interstate. And in front of me, and I can sense like, ooh, like this isn't good. It wasn't too far from home. And in front of me, all of a sudden, these vehicles start to this red red Pontiac, like a Sunfire, something starts to spin, and I'm like, oh no. And then like other vehicles get involved, and I'm like, I hit the brakes. There was nothing I could do. I started to slide. I hit a wall, and then I spun. I was hit by a big truck, and then I was pushed into it, and like my vehicle was just destroyed. And it was, no one was killed, but like it was awful. Like, so that was my thing of like, great morning, everything is like super, and then I'm coming home, and first of all, I love the vehicle. Like, it was, oh god, I still have it to this day. 3800 engine, and oh, just sad. But yeah. And then it was, yeah, it was crazy. And I remember they didn't take me to the hospital because I was able to do like what's kind of like your self-assessment, like being a former firefighter, stuff like that. I'm like, okay, like I'm not trapped in the vehicle. Like I can get out, although like where the vehicle was positioned, there were still kind of things crashing in. So I'm like, I really had to wait till fire and EMS and stuff like that got there, blocked the road off. But I'm doing the mini mental. It's called mini mental. I'm like, okay, who are you? I'm David. All right. When were you born? Boom. How tall are you? And you're waiting your address. So like you go through these things to kind of self-check that I didn't have a concussion, right? My face was all bruised and cut. And by the way, the picture in School of Airs, which is, so the picture for School of Airs right here. This was taken like 2 or 3 days after the accident. So that is all makeup, right? That's all after the fact applied by the photographer because it was scheduled. It was already done. And I was all cracked ribs, and I was just like, I could only position like in certain ways, and they could take the picture. But yeah, I was swollen my face, and it was just bad. So he did a lot of work to get that picture. So like now the picture, the new picture is doesn't have that, right? Like, so, but yeah, that's always kind of the weird thing with that picture too, because that's the picture was, I almost killed in that car accident. And then I met with I talked to the insurance adjuster, and they're like, holy smokes. Like after they checked out the vehicle, you're really fortunate. Like you weren't seriously injured or killed. I'm like, yeah, the vehicle did what it needed to do. But anyway, so that sucked. That was bad. So again, I missed the car. I mean, the car like gave up its life for me. And why wasn't that my 1996 Dodge Intrepid? So the worst car ever owned. Things sucked. It was bad. Last year, Reno area got clobbered with snow. My grandparents always went to Florida for the winter. I don't know. I don't think I love to do that. Screw the cold. Race cars all year round. Hey, Gone Racing. Welcome. Thank you. My parents went to Gulf Shores, Alabama for like 20 years. And that was like the big thing, right? They got their condo in Gulf Shores, and they stopped doing that 2 or 3 years ago. But they would pack up in winter, and they'd be gone down at Gulf Shores. That was their thing. So School of Airs equals firefighter wearing nice shoes. So I have a story in there. Thanks, Adam. I have a story where, and if you have the book, by the way, and haven't left a review on Amazon, please leave a review on Amazon if you have read the book, right, and have not reviewed it. It's available in hundreds of libraries across the world. You can borrow a copy from Atham. I think he pays shipping out to you and back. But yeah, I mean, it does help. I have 43 reviews, and they're all 5 stars. And the latest review is from a psychiatrist, child psychiatrist, Dr. Turley. a terrific review, but it's been hanging at 43 reviews for a long time. So it's kind of like, like I get, if you can help me out, if you read it, and I want to get to 50 reviews before Velocity of Information releases, because I just think it's a marker, right? Maybe it's a psychological marker. Like it's just the number 50, that you've had 50 reviews on the other book. And I know it's not the genre that typically gets a lot of reviews, the school safety genre. I would expect many more that'll come in on Velocity of Information. But if you read it, you enjoy it, get in there, and please leave a review on Amazon, because that 43 every day I'll check it and I'll be like, up 43 reviews, 43. So help me out. So yeah, and actually I want to go back to where this happened. I was just thinking about that the other day, Atham. So I was in my office, and this was when I was working in the medical field, and outside, I think I was called, and someone said, look out your window. And there was a fire coming, like a brush fire coming toward the building. So we had one of the rural buildings of facilities, and I'm like, oh my God. So again, I wrote about this in the book, and I dress shoes on, dress shirt, sport coat, stuff like that. And so I'm like, whoa. And I run out of the building. And as I run out, there is a brush truck arrives from the rural fire department, right? So they're doing their, siren, and, the trying to get people show up and get the trucks out there. So, and it's this kid. So I'm in my 20s at the time. He's probably like 18 years old. And I'm just like, I'm going to help you. And he's like, okay. So I jump on the back of the truck, and he takes off across the plowed field with this. So this, again, is a brush truck. And I don't know, there's probably stuff flying off the truck. I'm barely hanging on to this thing, but I mean, then it's all adrenaline. And we get out in front of this fire, and we were able to, I had a huge tarp, and it's a huge heavy tarp it's almost like a rubberized tarp. It's very heavy. It's like an outdoor mat, but even bigger than that. And this was like on their truck. And then you're pulling it along the lead of the fire, the line, right, to smother things out. And then he's got water, right, and foam, and he's laying down what's called a wet line. So, like, I knew this stuff. I knew what to do. And we were able then to stop the fire from advancing. And as I told it's weird, like I was telling my daughters, like, I said, have you ever caught in a fire? Like, right? Like, always run to where the fire has burned. Always run to black, right? Because that area the fuel is gone. It's not going to reburn typically, right? So always run to that. So we're creating this area where we're taking and creating this black zone that the fire can't reignite. And it wasn't like going over the truck. So anyway, we did it, like the two of us. I mean, and then one of their tankers arrived, down the road, and then, so one of their other engines. And then I remember, like, just kind of high-fiving the guy, and we're all kind of hanging out a little bit. And then I just like walked away and I went back and to the facility. I went back into my office, and I realized at that point, the bottom of my dress shoes were completely burned off. Like and the shoes themselves are pretty bad. Like, my whole outfit was just damaged. I had a tie on too. Like, everything was just, all. And my shoes, though, were completely, bottoms. You could see my socks, like they were coming out the bottom. Yeah, the shoes either melted or were burned off. It was just crazy. But it was, so the point of the book, School of Errors, was systems do develop. Like, if you have innate knowledge and you're not cognitively offloading everything, like if you have knowledge and there's disasters, you'll typically figure it out. Like, these systems develop, this mind meld. Like, this kid and we've never practiced this together yet. Like, we both kind of knew what to do in the moment. And two, it was a big production. I left then. I never, there wasn't paperwork. There wasn't, it was like Mike Wazowski and Monsters Inc. Like, I don't want to see any sign of this, boys. And I don't want any paperwork. And I just left. And it was one of these remarkable things. In my class on Saturday, my university class, I showed the video Boat Lift. It's a 11-minute video narrated by Tom Hanks, and it's about the 9/11 rescue of 500,000 people by various boats from Lower Manhattan on, obviously September 11th from the Battery Park area in 9 hours. And it all comes out of this thing of like this order from Admiral Loy of, hey, like you need to, anybody with a boat come down here and help. And that was it. And then people figure it out, like all kinds of different, boats and different experiences. And so that was one of the things, that story. And I want to go back there. I want to go back to where that fire was. And I think the facility closed actually. And it's interesting too, because a lot of people I worked in a therapy department. So one of my degrees is in speech language therapy. So that was, and then I was also rehabilitation director at the facility. But most of the people I worked with died like of cancer. It was really sad. I mean, that were like my age. It's really strange too. But yeah, so I want to go back there. I want to, and there's also this Native American burial area, which is within a mile of the facility, which is recognized. Like, there's signage and stuff like that it's really, I don't know if it's ancient, it's several hundred years old. I want to check that out. But yeah, I'll tell you, that firefighting thing was just one of the most amazing things. And I remember too, so in my hometown, my dad the other day was telling me, he said, yeah, the city is buying a new fire truck. For in 2022, they $400,000 rescue pumper. So I'm like, well, yeah. But I remember when in my town, the previous rescue pumper was purchased, and it arrived in April of 1989, and it was the first like real fire truck that the town had. Back in the old days, the small fire engines that the little communities had and things like this. This was actual, like what you'd see today, like if at a fire station, big truck. And this thing, it costs, I remember, $78,000. And the big thing was, and it was delivered, and the company that delivered it had this huge box, this cardboard box of hats. So everybody came down in town and they're giving you a baseball hat with like the name of the company on it. And the show though was at night, right? Like, so this engine is there, and we're all looking at it like, oh my God. I mean, this massive engine, which is outdated now and all of that stuff. And it'll be relegated to the back of the fire department for only in-town fires and parades and stuff like that. But so one of the coolest things was when it was dark, they flipped on the switch, which turned lights on the side of the truck to light up the ladders that were on each side. So again, this big truck. And everyone's like, oh my God, like, the truck it replaced. And I think I've got a picture of it right here. This was there's me with it. So that was the truck that it replaced. So this is, the old time vehicle here. So yeah, there's me with the old one. So anyway, this is this truck. And then, so lights go on, and then you all of your pump controls were in back of the cab, and then there was a button, and all of that would light up. Now the stuff would all be LED, and it'd just be so much more advanced than what it was. But at the time, I mean, it's just amazing. And then it had basically, so like a water cannon. So you could pump 1,250 gallons a minute. So it was hooked up to a fire hydrant. And one of the reasons, like you kind of do that at night too, and then it would kind of mist over people, is because that's actually pretty dirty water. Because when you're sucking that much water out of a fire hydrant, it's really rusty, and people wouldn't want that stuff falling on them during the day. Probably next day they're like, "What the hell? Somebody's clothes are all like rusty." And yeah, it's because that's what comes out of there. Yeah, and there's other things too, like if you suck too much water out of like a hydrant, out of a main. When you're fighting a big fire, because that's one of the things too, is like, people don't understand. You got a big fire, you can only put so much water on it from the municipal system, because you create a vacuum, the stuff will just implode. The pipes will just, a lot of these old systems, especially like in my town, they'll just collapse, and then you're screwed. So yeah, it doesn't really work. So let's see here. Doc was in his 20s when this happened. So what was it about? Yeah, 6 or so. Yeah. Um, so I am 2 weeks away from turning 50, which is absolutely hard for me to believe. So I do feel like good, like a healthy, like I said, just biking and stuff like that. But yeah, yeah. So I don't, yeah, my playing days will be done. Um, I don't, I don't know. As Bacon would say, yes, Walt Bacon. Watch this. Let's go. Wildland firefighter boots are double soled and screwed for that very reason. Yeah, right. So I mean, all of my gear. Actually, I still have my turnout coat in the closet next to on the other side of this, um, and some of that gear. So yeah, it was just. I mean, right at the time, I had nothing. I wasn't. I wasn't. I think there were probably boots. I think there was a boots or jacket even that might have been on the truck that I didn't grab. I don't know. When you're like 20 some years old and adrenaline's flowing, you don't really need that stuff. Um, while in firefighter boots, after Doc extinguished the fire, he said, "My duty here is done." Then he rode off into the sunset and punched it. Yeah. I got on a horse. Yeah. I got on a horse after that. And then I just rode off. And yeah. And then I just took my shoes off and I just threw them aside. And then some of the villagers collected the shoes up and then they put them in this display case at the local museum. And they're like, we don't know who this guy was, but so then on the Travel Channel, yeah. So you know how they do this, like a pair of shoes and the sole was worn off, and then they tell you the story. But it's a story about me fighting that fire. So yeah, it was crazy. It was it's one of those things like if someone were to say to me, "Whoa, like, would you want to?" I guess I don't know. Would you want to do that again or anything like that? And I wouldn't necessarily say I want to do it again, but I'm glad I had that experience. Like I'm glad I was able to do it, write about it, and experience that. And that's the whole thing. When we get to this uh, away from manufacturing to just in time to pretty soon, are you just going to have things 3D printed? People are going to just be separated from these experiences and what creates agency and purpose. Bacon wrote, reminds me of when I set my entire backyard on fire with a flare bomb I made from some whack ass stand fireworks. I tried to stomp it out before I regained my senses and got the water hose. Yeah. So that doesn't sound good. um, whoa. Yeah, my neighbors tend to have a pretty big 4th of July fireworks thing. So, which I guess just don't land that stuff on my roof, or I have steel siding, so it'd be hard to set the house on fire, but probably not impossible. There's Bacon again. Atham, you have wrinkles. There's actually a filter. So this is running through UCAM 9, which is where I typically record like my videos for university courses, like so that go with whatever I present. Like then I'll do like a follow-up video. And there's a built-in filter right now. So it is, believe it or not, is actually reducing wrinkles on my face. So yeah, it's the same filter that does this type of stuff. And we'll also do kind of this Halloweenish stuff going on, right here, or like this, so. But yeah, so the filter, and by the way, like, hey, like give us a thumbs up, even though this isn't Facebook. Give us this thumbs up right here in the like. But yeah, so I've got a filter. Yeah. So this is my hair is still great. I mean, like, and it grows fast. Like every 4 weeks, I have to get it cut. But like my great grandfather had like full head of hair, like died at 96. So I think I'm in pretty good shape with that. Fun fact, most emergency sprinklers have water that's been sitting for years, if not decades. I've heard horror stories about those being tripped in water. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That make perfect sense because they're always charged. And yeah, that would just be gross. Ugh, bacon. Yikes. Doc catfish me. Oh my goodness, you guys. I fell out. Here we are. And are we caught up? Yeah. almost 50. Yeah. So I think for being almost 50, right, or so basically being 50, I'm like with biking, and I did a run where it was hot. I mean, it was like 85 and humid. I actually wore through the toes in my Brooks shoes, which really made me sad. But yeah, I mean, I was I can bike much better between like between now 40 and 50 than I could between like 30 and 40. Like yeah, I don't know if I just understand what to eat, how to pace, how to I just it's much better. So no signs of slowing down, which is good. So let's see. So when we look ahead to next week's show, Lisa Lenny is going to be on the show. So Lisa is an attorney and has actually helped me quite a bit. So not with personal lawsuit type things, but with helping me to understand how to um, frame discussions I have with my students in my school legal courses, in saying, okay, what might the plaintiff be thinking? Like, what would be the first three things they're going to do, and then the defense, and then could there be a responsible third party? Like, she'll help me to understand who that could be, what that means, and then of course it makes me look smarter when I come in and talk about these things with my students, and because I'm not a lawyer. And honestly, Lisa's, it's like a master class. Liney, oh no, short I, Linny. Okay, Linny. So you couldn't have been Lisa Smith. All right, that didn't work. Linny. All right. So those of and also those of you who watched the show last week, Ryan Katsu Rivera was in the house. So Ryan Katsu Rivera does the co-host, not really co-host. He's kind of the Bert and Ernie. He's the Ernie to Gavin McInnes on Get Off My Lawn. So Ryan was in the show, and then Ryan had contacted me afterwards about possibly going on a show with Gavin and him. And then also Gavin's wife lives close, like 15 miles away. His wife's family lives like 15 miles away from where I live, and they get back here. But so Gavin was one of the founders of Vice magazine, and but yeah, it's really, so that's cool. We'll see if it happens or not, but I think it'd be cool. I know they've got a lot of stuff that they do on their show, but anyway, so that was neat. So one of the things I had, because I was sharing too, I don't know if it was that show, but I had a friend of mine who collects vintage, expensive vintage vehicles, and we were going out for a ride in one of these newly acquired vehicles, and he says, and he hands me this seat belt, but it's not connected to anything, and he's like, just throw it over your shoulder. and that's what he did too. And I'm like, whoa, so you've done this before? Like, you take your vehicles out, your show vehicles, and whatever. And yeah, so we're driving around in this vehicle in this pretend seatbelt type thing. It was just weird, like that he's like, no, just do this, because if we don't want any problems if we pass, because this vehicle was made before actually there were seatbelts. And but I just thought it was one of the strangest things, and I don't know how it worked exactly, but it did. Like, it just went, and it had no functional purpose. It was aesthetic. It was just basically to give the appearance that you had a seatbelt. I don't know if there's a law, like I think if you drive a vehicle, you have to have a seatbelt on it, and this one was only meant to be hauled around for show. I don't know. it gets all fuzzy. I'm not really a car guy. So, he was pointing out all of the really how difficult it was to acquire this vehicle and all this other stuff. It was really awesome. Just I don't, just so should make like a shirt that looks like it has a seatbelt on it. But yeah, I mean most vehicles today. The SAS too many is so so. Bacon wrote, Doc is going to be like me. I'm still able to bike 60 miles until he's 90 and still be able to bike 60 miles till 90. Bacon, you're in good shape. Like you are much more fit. You're taller than I am too. Um, so, but yeah, I mean, I do this thing now when I'm biking. Honestly, I call it just my COVID test, right? Which sounds kind of crazy, and I told my doc this too, that when I'm biking, I can tell I'm measuring my respirations. Like I know I'm going up hills, like because I bike so much, I can compare. Or if like I have some other degenerative disease going on, um, you know, or if I lose balance, or like all of these. I mean, biking is a good way to kind of test yourself for a lot of things, right? So your spatial distance, your coordination, your memory. Like where am I? Like I don't know where I'm at, which isn't funny, but it does. And just there's a lot the body has to do to maintain balance, especially like on my bike where there's so much weight on the bike. And granted, it's pretty equally distributed, but so it's a good check if if I was winded, right, or if I was getting if I was tired, if I lost balance on the bike, all of these things would be symptoms. Or if you're getting a headache, which it could mean your red blood cells aren't circulating enough oxygen. So, and a lot of these things, I guess I kind of learned early in biking, and I took other measures to kind of mitigate a lot of those things. But if I would identify any of those, then I would monitor them more closely, right? So there's really this kind of checkpoint process through biking. And I think if you can bike, and also, I mean, it's just really good for your heart, right? You can pace yourself, like bike at 22 miles an hour for whatever, a mile or something like that, and try to get your heart rate. But there's so much proprioceptive aspects of biking, and you just get good with that after a while. And then again, there's that whole thing of like you have flat shoes, right? So you're just more in tune with the pressure and the forces. And I never feel bad after a bike ride. I can bike 100 miles and come home, get off the bike, disassemble, take everything kind of apart, and whatever I have to do to kind of store it for the moment. And I feel good. Like I don't have to sit down and chill out. I'll go in, I'll um, have some water and stuff like that. But I mean, I'm good. Like I am totally. I usually will run like at night too. I can do like 100 miles, then like 3 hours later, not run, but then like keep going down to the track and do more. So I have really good, like, I don't know, I guess genetics or just ability to do that. Like I have no fatigue while biking. Um, and there's nothing quite, I mean, like if you would have told me I would do a 100-mile ride when I was 30 years old, I would have just been, that's insane. Like no one should do that, right? Or I mean, back then like a 3 to 5 mile ride was like something I would cheer about. I wasn't in very good shape, but now like 100 miles. And the key is like just kind of map it out ahead of time. Like I go play, I can know where everything is in case anything goes wrong, and bike breaks down, not able to fix it or whatever. But and know the area, and just like know the weather too. Like I'm not going to do a 100-mile trek if there's iffy weather. But if it's good, get up early, and oh God, like it is. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I absolutely love, uh, and just and I really can get out to some rural areas, and I go past. Usually, when I do 100 miles, I end up going past this 1,000-year-old Indian effigy mound site, which is a state park, and so I go like right past. I go in back of it actually, so I can look up and see like the mounds as you would have seen them from the river. And then I don't spend time there. I've already seen it many times, but I go right through there, like go right past it. Like it's always, so it's pretty amazing. Like, right. Because effigy mounds, like you're biking past and stuff like that. I mean, it's just awesome. We must protect Doc's guest. It is our solemn duty. So yeah. So Lisa Smith, right. So sass too many, is going to be sassy. I can't wait to have Lisa on the show. I was so watching Lisa as the co-host, co-anchor of Humble Distillery, Old Humble podcast, was fun, right? She's dynamic. She's Joe, the primary host. Like it's kind of Joe's Bert, and no, Joe's Ernie, and Lisa's Bert. So that makes sense. But then I mean, Lisa's just has this amazing innate comedy sense that then is paired up to this incredible deep knowledge base. And this is no lie. This is not exaggeration, not hyperbole. When I called her, to kind of rough out what the show might be, because she agreed to be a guest on the show. I'm like, oh, right, it's great. And then, to kind of rough this out. And honest to God, I took 3 pages of notes. I had up Google Doc in front of me, and I'm just typing. And she's like, yeah, I'm asking questions. And I'm like, it's like a class. And to the point, honestly, Lisa, this is true. I thought about like saying, could I just pay you like $200 and talk to you for like 40 minutes or something before I teach the next class, just like with some questions, or like that you just because like I felt, I felt completely dialed in to what I was going to teach in that class, because again, her expertise as an attorney, and just very specifically, and I work with attorneys all the time. I don't know. Usually the combination of wit and I don't know. It was just awesome. So it's the week that starts off into my birthday's the 7th, right? So Lisa starts it off on Monday the 1st. So it just gets a lot of momentum going for the next show. It's just good stuff. I could totally see Doc drive a Model. I would drive a Model T. I would. I think a Model A would be more my style, but I would drive a Model T. Without a doubt. Lisa, he has that name for a reason. So, but this is only due to how many times I've been sassed. So a lot of people, well, I shouldn't say this. Why do I say that? A lot of people don't know, but sassed too many was the modern day Burt Reynolds in Smokey and the Bandit. So from the East Coast all the way to Inglewood in record time, sometimes with speeds upwards of 140 miles an hour. But yeah, sassed too many. He's good at it's driving and just lane changes at high speed. Doesn't really get much better than that. So Bacon wrote, once your body gets used to it, you can jump like you can just keep going like crazy, assuming your calorie intake is up. Yeah. So I always pack. So this is where Nikolai, Russian cyclist, right? So I pack. I have this very specific sets of food that I pack, including Swedish fish. And there's a reason Swedish fish metabolize slower. And then you mix those in with fish crackers, and you mix those in with peanuts and walnuts, and then also with beef jerky. And you're trying to time the release of protein throughout your ride, and then also the instant calories that you have to get the carbs that you're kind of getting. So I have this, and then I pack also the hell is it? Coconut water, right? Big things of coconut water for the electrolytes, and enough salt, or even like the salt tablets that you can take while you're working out or post workout to make sure my electrolytes don't go low. And then usually for water, like I said, I'm pretty good, like, cause I'll bring a gallon and a half of water. And I can replenish along the way if I have to. And I just hydrate like crazy in those mornings. And then something I learned from Ryan Stone was coffee, because it was something he picked up in the military, was to do heavy black coffee before you have like a rigorous exercise for the day. And that made a big difference too. So that's one of the first things, like a mile from me is like the coffee place. I'll do like a 24-ounce black coffee. So by the time I'm kind of working on the bike, like the coffee's ready, it's cooled down. And then, yeah, it is. Yeah. So there is this whole thing of like, yeah, what do you eat? And I don't know, I'm a big sardines guy. So people might be, but I love, a can of sardines, like King Oscar sardines the night before, because I'm trying to get those omega oils in, because I know my heart, I know I'm going to be having, higher blood circulation. So I want to have higher omegas. So, and it's really worked out well. Like I don't have, leg cramping, or, I'm not thirsty when I'm out riding. And I have certain, I space out certain times, and not space out, but you pull over, get off the bike, stretch, and do those things, and drink water, even if you're not thirsty, right? So you're always staying a step ahead. But I've learned, like, it's become more of a science to me now. And I'm very in tune with my body with biking. And I still have the speaker. Sometimes when I go on a 100-mile trek, I have my JBL speaker, which I ordered, and I have it on the back of my bike on the bag. And then I have my old Samsung MP3 player. It's like 15 years old, and I listen to podcasts. So and I only do that like on the way back, to kind of break things up after a while. And that's pretty cool. So I can usually get about 3 or 4 hours out of that if I need to. But yeah, so there's a lot of sandhill cranes when I was out, the hell was it? Tuesday, a lot of sandhill cranes, because the farmers have harvested all of the corn. So there's a lot of corn in the fields through the harvesting process, and the sandhill cranes eat those up. So I like sandhill cranes, although like people want to hunt them in Wisconsin. They call them ribeye in the sky. So I'm like, I don't know. We haven't walked through our yards. I think they're pretty cool. I don't want them to be hunted, I guess. Hunted, not haunted. Then there were caterpillars, like those big brown and black fuzzy caterpillars, like all over the roads. So, but I guess that's better. Like there's this in summer here, there's like grasshoppers like crazy when you're biking. So, they're ping through the spokes, they're getting chopped up, but yeah, and snakes, but a lot of snakes out on the roads. So I had a couple deer. Like one time I was out, and a deer like came out of the brush, and kind of jumped like real close to me. I mean, if you get hit by a deer while you're out biking, it'd be pretty bad. And then I had like an eagle that was like diving down on me one time, and so I must have gotten close to where the eaglets were or whatever. I'm like, come on, like And then I'm trying to think, like, how the hell, what would I do? So if it actually like started to dive at me, I thought like I would just get off the bike. I would quickly disconnect the front wheel and hold the wheel up as kind of my self-defense, like as a shield. So thankfully it didn't come to that, but I was like, what the hell? Like, I don't want to be dealing with this. And then I had the weird moment where like the two dudes in a truck, like I was on like a side road, like kind of doing a break or something. They're like, hey, like, are you okay? Do you need to go somewhere? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I was thinking, oh God, like, is this deliverance? I'm like, whoa. And then I saw a dude wipe out his motorcycle. I think I shared that too. And then like I biked up to him, and I just some shattered parts all over the place. And it's just, and then I'm like, dude, are you all right? He's like, I'm okay. And then I'm like, do you want me to call 911? He's like, no. And then I said, anything I can do for you? Or he's like, so he was getting out of like his phone or whatever. And he called somebody, and he's just like, no, just don't do anything. So I biked to the top of a hill, and then like some people showed up. And then one of them had a truck, and then they put his motorcycle in the truck. And then they kept looking up at me, and I'm thinking, there's a reason this guy doesn't want the cops called. So I'm going to just take it easy here. I'm not calling anybody. He seems okay. But So Bacon said 140 is about the fastest I've driven. 91 Infiniti Q45 with a loose steering rack. Yikes. Pretty sure I hit that speed in the 91 Mazda Protege, but the speedometer only went to 130. Yeah. I had a Plymouth Duster. That was a race car. Man, that was my first vehicle. That thing was just flying. And then I had the hell was it? A Chrysler LeBaron, where the headlights would come down and or the headlight covers, the metal covers would come down and retract. And that just looked cool. Now it didn't have much like for an engine, but I always did a white Kelly racing wheels on it. The white where it was raised letter, and I would polish that thing to a shine, that vehicle. And I worked at Menards and when I was going to college, and I had that. And there were people who would just like come out to see the vehicle that had like a red plush interior. And then that thing, it got to 144,000 miles, and it just it just up and died. It had electrical. It just like shorted out. Like there were like burn marks across the dash, like where the wires were, everything. And that thing had like the horn that would play 112 songs. So it was a sad day. And then it was just there was nothing you could do. It was like the end of Poltergeist, where the house just kind of like implodes on itself and then you're gone. That was like the finale of my 1988 Chrysler LeBaron. Like it gave up the ghost just in one outing, and which is probably the way that it deserved to go out. So Lisa wrote, Cliff Block's margarita flavor are nice and salty. So I need to restock the studio too. Very low down here. That sounds good. So Cliff Blocks reminds me of Brooks, reminds me of shoes, reminds me of some Hoka Ona Bondis that I got yesterday off of the hell is it, Zappos. So I was just happening to like look at reviews on another site, and they had a 50% off sale for the day. So I went over, and these are like $150 shoes, right? These Bondi 7s. And I had them in my cart, and I was ready to do checkout. And I'm looking, and I'm like, what the hell? Like this site has them for 75, like for the day, like, which is crazy. And I'm like matching them up, and like it's not some discontinued pair or whatever. So I went over in a little chat over in Zappos, and I'm like, hey, like this place is selling them, and like, will you price match? And so they're like, what's the link? And get a link, and it was exactly the shoe, like the exact color, the size, and all of that. And then they're like, sure. I'm like, holy smokes. And so yeah, literally I got a shoe for like half price, just because I happened to like catch this sale that was going on somewhere. Now I look, it's all back to normal and stuff like that. But I'm like, holy smokes. It'd be my first pair of Hoka Onas too. Like I've kind of been a Brooks guy. But yeah, I'm going a little more plush here toward so Bacon. Now that's a mental image for the book. Stock getting carried away by a Mexican golden fly like an eagle. What? I'm not sure what this is. Fly like an eagle. So, so by the way, when you, and I know you will, right? You're going to read the book, The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times, when it comes out in February. When I interviewed, so I did 10 interviews. I interviewed 10 people for the book, and there's more kind of interviews. So you'll remember the stories. Like if you hear about Juan Brown, you'll remember Juan Brown from the story, and Citizen as journalist and Orville Dam, stuff like that. Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief. So these were hard people to get access to, like to interview. Like they're people that have a big fan base. They have a lot of layers around them. They're great people, but also I think people who are very protective of their, I guess, personal stories and how they are represented. And so like that was a big challenge. So when you read the book, you're not going to find other interviews from Juan Brown, and you're not going to find interviews outside of like A&E doing a special on Larry Lawton and stuff. You're not going to find those out there because these folks don't do that. So it was this whole thing of really building up trust and multiple conversations and interviews. So that's a really rich part of this book, is like Nikolai's story. You're not going to find that somewhere else. So I think that's a cool thing. You know, you don't get this reincarnation of some person who's told their story already to 100 people. So Bacon wrote to Sast. Pretty gutsy to do that. You can toast an engine cruising near its red line. So yeah. Japanese engines love RPMs. Zappos has amazing customer service. Yeah, Lisa. I mean, it was weird too because I thought Zappos was going to. First of all, I just thought they'd say no, but then I thought they'd counter and say we will go to up to like 10% off or like 20%, but we won't just take $150 pair of shoes and knock it to 70, put it down to 75 and free shipping. And like they totally did that. So I'm like, whoa, I like thanks. Like that is yeah. And then I was totally floored that they did that. So I'm pretty excited. Like, yeah, I'm I am just I don't know. I'm just excited for that. My Hoka Onos or yeah, my biking shoes are old, but you don't need new biking shoes because biking shoes are leather shoes, and as long as you kind of take care of them, they're not going to wear out. Usually, and those are scuffed up from the time I had the bike accident. I don't know, was it 4 years ago or 5 years ago when I had the bike accident where I was sure after that one that I had broken bones. Like I was just like, um, it was amazing. But that was the one when I biked home, and the bike I only had one gear and I had one pedal, and it was pretty much smashed on the bike, and I was bleeding like just horribly, like all of the side, my socks and my shoes all blood, and there were blood footprints when I got home leading into the house. So, and then I went to the hospital and I had a concussion, and that night and they said what the hell did they tell me? Don't sleep. No, I had to sleep, right? I don't know. Don't drink alcohol and or I don't remember, right? But I do remember not the Black Knight. That's a video game. That's a pinball game. The Dark Knight, right? The Dark Knight Rises was on TV with Nolan as Nolan as a Joker. No, Nolan was the director. Well, that was a Joker. The guy died. Remember that? Unfortunately. But anyway, The Dark Knight Rises. And I remember watching, and it was like on a loop, right? So it was on one of those marathon weekends where they play it like 24 hours in a row. So I'm on my couch and concussed, and I'm watching this, and it was like being in Gotham. I mean, it was a really weird experience. So yeah, I'm like, oh, Heath Ledger, yeah. So it was weird. I remember because I was totally in that aura feeling for 24 to 48 hours, and I had a horrible concussion when I was back in my football days. So that I still think I have residual effects from that one. I mean, but yeah, this was just it was just really, it was a strange like 24 to 48 hours, and then yeah, I could kind of then look. It was hard to. Oh, I remember after I got in the accident, like there was a car that drove by, and they never like stopped. And then again drove around me on the road, and I'm like, I would have stopped. Come on. But yeah, I still have like scars, like and my legs are all scarred up from that. But there's battle scars, right? Like TJ Martinell wiping out his motorcycle. But that was the only really bad accident I had on my bike, or on a bike, I should say. But it's all right. I mean, stuff like that happens, right? Heath Ledger. So yeah, it's Joker. But yes, I was sitting again, and just like at night, like then just watching episode after it is and it was just you shouldn't probably do that, I guess, with a concussion. I don't know, but it's weird. So like, what the hell? So I had I had a cross that it still is hasn't gotten any younger, by the way, but the necklace, but is a cross with nails that were soldered. Well, they were put together with a wire. I don't know. I have to show it. I have to bring it down sometime. It was big though, and my priest had given it to me, and he said he had got it when he became a priest, and I don't know the whole story behind it. But this thing was like 500 years. Not the necklace. The nails are like 500 years old. So the story was they would burn down churches and reuse the nails like 400 or 500 years ago in England, or not England, or whatever the hell, England, Italy. And then these nails, some of these were then used now to make crosses that would be given when you would be conferred as a priest. And he gave this to me. We're good friends, and I was saying the necklace I had, like something, it broke it by whatever. And then, so this thing was massive. And then I took it to a jeweler to have like a, strong chain put on it. And that thing got ripped off my neck when the bike flipped and all of that stuff. And I had to go back out there, and I found it. It's been run over sometimes and stuff. So I had to take it like back to the jeweler. And then this jeweler like deconstructed it and like rebuilt it and did all this stuff. And it's awesome. Like I don't wear it right now. If I'm biking and stuff, then it's hard to wear jewelry and stuff like that. But anyway, so that was kind of a thing. Says too many. So I can say, Doc, got 2 shoes for the price of 1. I get that. Yeah, I'll see myself out. So yeah, it was good. I mean, it was good. It's good stuff. I mean, Zappos really came through. I flipped home with only 1 pedal and crank more times than I care to admit. That's not even fun if you have to produce power on the upswing. Yeah, I was just numb. The shock to the system at that point, and it was it was just one of those typical things. You have an accident, you get banged up pretty bad, but again, because I was in good shape, I recovered pretty fast, just like the car accident. I recovered pretty fast and healed from that. So oh God, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy stuff. So I have to bring down about I don't know, 11 cords of wood into the fireplace room, and I have to do that all down the steps, bag by bag. And I'm not looking forward to that. So I don't have room in my garage to store the wood, so it gets stored in the fireplace wood room right next to the furnace. And but then that's a tricky deal, because you don't want to store that too long, because you don't want an infestation of a wood beetle or something and then have your house taken down by that. So you got to burn everything out for the season. But I'm like, that is just a long process it takes so long to bring that down. But then then you got to stack everything so it's all doesn't fall down and stuff like that. But it's worth it, right? I mean, because I have to heat my house with wood, so if I don't do that. But I have thought about like a plan B to put wood outside and have I'm building this bigger concrete pad on the side of my garage, and to kind of put the wood out there and cover it up. And I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right. Anybody left here in the chat, by the way? So, my God, Lisa, you put in a lot of time on the show. So thank you. And Bacon and Sast, thank you. So yeah, if you haven't smashed the, I'll try to get this to work here. A thumbs up right there, and subscribe. We're almost at 500 subscribers. Well, I say almost, we're at 455, but that's pretty good because the show's been on an uptick. We're not losing subscribers. And if I get to 1,000, there's a couple things. One, I think I can monetize, or I can do super chats, right? But the other part is people ask you now, like if I'm going to have somebody on the show, they'll ask, how many subscribers do you have? And it seems like 1,000 is a threshold for some people. Thankfully, like Larry Lawton didn't ask me that. I mean, he has 1.32 million followers on YouTube, and then he gets like 20,000 people for every show. So I'm interviewing Larry, and there's like 7 people in the chat. But but yeah, I mean that definitely is that's because some people are right. They only have so much time, and so they're willing to interview or do other things, but to be on a show that doesn't have a certain following, they'll be like, I got to pass on that. So I get it. Although, like, I would probably be on I'd be on anybody's show. Like, if they asked me, I'd be on Bacon's show if he asked me. But apparently, he hasn't. It's not happening. I don't know. Um, so, Bacon, by the way, I stayed up Friday night because you had your 10 o'clock show, my time. So, and I had to get up at 4 o'clock the next day and then drive over to the university to instruct. So, but I'm like, I want to be part of the show. So, like, I was there at the start, but I'm like, whoa. So I was, I was living off of Mountain Dew and Skittles. Actually, this 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 was the bag of Skittles that powered me on Saturday morning. So it's like a pound and a half right there. Ouch. Of Skittles, unofficial sponsor. I will take a barrel of Skittles and gladly put Skittles merch in the back. Skittles, you're up for it. Big cat over here. And over here, Goremonger, welcome back. Looking forward to watching the beginning. Yes. So the show actually was all about how we're rapidly moving to 3D printing. And we are getting away from just-in-time manufacturing. And I wrote about it, right? And I do think I read several white papers on it. I do think that is a direction we are heading. 3D printed houses, vehicle parts, food. As much as it sounds weird to think about 3D printed food, that's probably where most of the advances have occurred in 3D printing. And it's already happening in countries, Germany and England, for example. So, it is. Lisa wrote, I'm still upset they switched out the lime scales for green apples. So, wow, I did like the lime. I also like green apple. I guess I'm willing to go with both. So when I was where I grew up in northern Wisconsin, I lived a block away from the concrete factory, and they would make the concrete blocks, right? And and then my friends and I would go down to like back in the Stranger eras, the movie It, like kind of back in that era, right? Small town, and we would pool our money, and they sold 2 pound bags of Skittles at the grocery store, 2 pound, and so we would buy like a couple of those, and I would take this huge Tupperware container, and we would go down to the concrete factory, and they had all these piles of the cinder blocks, and we would reconfigure a pile of cinder blocks into like a house. So, and we're maybe like 12 when we did this, and then we would go in there and just chill with this big bowl and eat all these Skittles. And we weren't like we were all like fit and stuff like that. I mean, but there's this massive amounts of sugar and stuff like that. And yeah, that was kind of like a weekend. And then like you always felt horrible after that. You're like, oh God, why did I do this? But yeah, we would do the Skittles thing. So that was also back when you could not you could, but people smoked in Little League. Like one of my teammates, Dan, smoked cigarettes. Like not, I mean, in the dugout, and dugout was made of concrete and concrete roof. So, but yeah, and our coach Booth, Leonard Booth, was at the time like 80 some years old. Kind of, he looked a lot like Burgess Meredith, like Rocky's coach, and he owned a bar. So like if we won, like you would walk down to the bar, and then through the back door, he'd bring you all kinds of candy bars and stuff like this, because we won. But yeah, my openly, I mean, it was just kind of a thing. Like it was smoking, and yeah, the railroad track went through the outfield, and a senior citizen almost built out in left field, like right beyond it. So like it was always getting bombarded with home runs. Like this is I don't know, didn't think that out or whatever, but yeah, it's my hometown, right? So all that's kind of been like that's been sold and rebuilt. Now they have this big complex with like 4 fields and big scoreboards and jumbotrons. But back in the day, though, of Dan smoking in the dugout, yeah, just the whole dugout floor would be like cigarettes, and you're all like 11 years old. Like, it was crazy. And I don't know, it's just a different time. Um, so yeah, that was pretty crazy. Honestly, I think engagement is more important than just followers. Last week I was holding like 14 people watching live. Yeah, you had a big audience, Bacon, for on Friday night. Like, you had a lot of people in there. So that was really cool. At least I didn't even know about that. Yeah, the Skittles. I'm now kind of what's left usually is the real exotic flavored like smoothie Skittles, and I'm not into that. I'm more traditional Skittles person. Skittles, if you're biking, are okay if you take a few Skittles, right? Like 15 in a Ziploc bag or something like that. I mean, if you're downing too much, it just would mess you up. Too much sugar, you'd hit it and you'd burn out, and then you'd hit a low. It'd mess up your glucose levels, and you'd feel it'd be really bad biking. So you really try to be very, very careful on any sugar when you're biking. Like, I don't know if I do any sugar at all when I bike. Just reminded me of a time that I infused 5 bottles of liquor. Each of the flavor of Skittles ended up way too concentrated. Had a few mixed heavily. Yeah, if you did that right, that'd be too sweet. If you like, that would just be. It's like rum, like spiced rum for me. Like Sailor Jerry used to be my go-to here on the show, kind of an unofficial sponsor back at one point, and I just can't do that anymore. Just too sweet. Like, it's just not. It's not for me. So yeah. Ugh. God, don't want to do that. That's a waste of good Skittles. Oh my goodness, Joe, that's a waste of good Skittles. Yeah, I don't know. I have a soft spot for Skittles. Absolutely, I have a soft spot. So I need to bring out my. I think it is in a room in back of me. My college football jersey. That will be for a show someday. We'll have just like a nostalgia throwback show. Somebody came to our garage sale that we had a month ago, and then they thought they remembered me from back in my playing days, and they're like, I went to the same college you went to in like 1990, and I remember you. I'm like, oh my God, whoa, like, what coincidence here. That, and not that was anything special, but one of the guys on my team went on to become a billionaire with a B, billionaire. Yeah, started software analytic companies for the NBA and then NFL, and sold them. And there's this big story, and then I saw the news thing, and I reached out and contacted him. And the thing was, like, anyway, he was actually like, kind of like, hey, I'm a billionaire, I don't have to talk to you type of response. With his response to me, I'm like, dude, like, come on. I always like was good to you. And by the way, you stepped out of bounds in our one of our basketball games, and you cost us the game because you didn't know where the damn line was. And don't think that I forgot about that. And you call a timeout at just a horrible time. So yeah, so if we get together like as a group periodically, it'd be like, remember the timeout? It's the timeout game. I mean, you made a lot of mistakes that cost us in a very big game. So yes, don't go dissing me because you become a billionaire now with your companies. And like, I'm actually happy for you, right? Like, I'm happy. My friends who have this level of success, right? I have several friends who've played like professional sports and movie actors, and Danny Woodburn, wrote the four. I'm happy for these people. Like, there's almost, and yet there's some people you hang out with, and they're kind of, there's this like jealousy by proxy. Like, they aren't happy for people who have been successful, and I'm like, I totally am. Like, more goodness and happiness to them. I mean, they've worked hard and also got some breaks and luck, especially like if you're a professional sports player, getting in the right place at the right time and the right scouts and whatever the team needs. But I mean, I'm happy for these people. That's kind of a weird thing. You figure out the narcissists around you are like, oh, all this money and stuff. Like, I have one of my friends who had played professional football, for Tennessee Titans, and I got to call him up. Been meaning to touch base with him, but he was telling me he's like he goes, yeah, there's a big toll, from playing in the NFL. Like, was for your body. Like you just the wear down in that on your obviously you don't have to think too much to it, but I mean like the joints and things like that. And so, he really works and has to do all this extra stuff to make sure that when he gets to be, 60 and 70, he's still able to do things. But yeah. So one of the things like we talk, I want to have him on a show. I'm not going to say who he is, but I will obviously before I have him on. He said he'd be on the show. And it's one of these things too, like I haven't taken up the offer, but he said, hey, like I would, because I said, I want you to come on the show and tell me about like, what was it like when you got in the NFL and you got your first contract and all of that money, right? And did they tell you what kind of program did they put you through so you could manage your money or make sure you weren't taken advantage of? Or what if like somebody, and it was like almost nothing. And I was surprised by that. I thought like there would be a pretty rigorous process to induct people. Like, his family was looking out for him and stuff like that. And he, invested well, and you're only in the NFL for so long. So even though, you have a large amount of money, you don't have many years where you're making that money, but I have many friends who played at UW-Madison. Like I said, Russell Wilson, I had classes with him and stuff like that. But they said at UW-Madison, there was always this, there were certain things like if you were to take a picture with somebody, that you positioned yourself or did something to identify like that you were taking a picture with a fan. And then also my friends who were in the NFL, they always said like you had a card on you. Like if anything ever went down, you were in some situation where the team had somebody they would send out to get you, right? Maybe you're out at night at a club or something like that. And I don't know, but it was weird. Like, because right, if you're in college, one of the things they said is you always had to make sure you weren't posing for a picture and someone was trying to, then they put it up in a calendar, like just a regular picture, right? And pretty soon, like the calendar, and they're selling a calendar now, so that's an NCAA violation. So there was some way they positioned, or if there was a fan, that they would have a picture that conveyed that. I forget what it was. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Like I could ask him that, but it was just crazy stuff. But yeah, and as I said, having friends who were in the NFL, like, the thing is just being cool, like, right. Never expecting that they're going to pick up the tab or stuff like that. And so that's a cool thing. But yeah, the sports industry thing is just crazy. Like to listen to how some of that stuff goes down, that we have no idea of, right? If we're not at that level. So that's a waste of good Skittles. Hey, I was my early 20s. Old Humble Distilling Company, and Old Humble, Humble, Texas, I think was featured on a show, the Nick Johnson podcast, where he goes and highlights cities in different states. So Humble, Texas was highlighted. So I saw them like, Humble, Texas. If these friends want to invest in a distillery, yeah, very, wow. Well, I will let them know. It's one thing I honestly do not talk cash ever or investments with any of my friends who are kind of into those professional things. Like I just never bring that up. So yeah, and it's kind of cool. Like they don't bring it up except my billionaire former teammate who was always like, this is what I did. He was kind of like, throwing shade on the whole team, and that he made it out and he did all these things. And, if I said his name, like everyone would recognize him. He's been on, TV many times, and big industries and stuff like that. And again, I'm like, I never wished you bad, buddy. I don't know. Maybe it's this thing going back to, yeah. And he goes to like all the NBA finals and has, all his box tickets for all these things and all this stuff like that too. But I'm like, you did step out of bounds and you did call a timeout, and, you got to own that. Like you can't money doesn't distance you from the reality that you did cost us that game. think we lost like 76-64, and Christ, like we were up like 60-50 at one point. I don't know. I'd have to get back, and we'd have to talk through. Elliot Johann Reichert was our center, and then we had Matthew Shaker was also, Matt was like 6'8", Reichert was like 6'6", belly, just much stronger. So, and Elliot Johann Reichert drove this old station wagon that belonged to his grandma, and I think he stayed at his grandma's house instead of on campus. And then it was a dusty, and I think we wrote something on the back on the glass that probably wasn't appropriate. And I know that his grandma the next day, like when she got it, he got in trouble for that. This, probably what 6'7", 300-pound center. And then I played with the legendary, by the way, Ice Krieger, Dan Ice Krieger, an absolute legend. And yeah, playing with Ice Krieger was up to the hype. And Jim Fermanic, just some incredible. Ice Krieger was fearless. He was absolutely, man. Dan Ice Krieger. That was where our coach talked to me as captain, and he said, because Ice would get thrown out of games and stuff like that. It's kind of like semi-pro. They boot him, and he'd like, can you settle him down? And we can't have this stuff happen. So I talked to him. I don't know if it did any good, but the guy was a pinball junkie. So in between practices and games, there was a mall, and we would go there in his Orange Nova, a group of us, and he would play the Black Knight, which was a pinball game. And he played for hours. And he would just all kind of sit around and like watch. It was like Pinball Wizard in a way. But yeah, it was just, it's good times. Mike Cuban or Mark Cuban? No, it's not. No, it's not that. He doesn't own a team. He owned a few analytics businesses that then through venture capitalists and then stakes in them he had sold. But I'm not going to give out his name. Someone can probably get in some deep forensic thing to figure out who he was, but he's a kind of, I don't know. I don't have anything against him. I don't know why he kind of turned like after I reached out, I was kind of like doing like this congratulations thing. And like all my other friends, right, who have had that's near that level of success, haven't been that way, but he was kind of like, just, I made it. You didn't. Yeah. All right. I'm like, do you know Bacon Maldito? He's like, I don't. I'm like, you won't. Never will. What's your go-to and where are you at the Bacon? So I guess that's Old Humble to you, Bacon. So make that connection. Old Humble has a podcast Thursday nights. So I'm subscribed to it, so you can check over with that. So it is Joe and Lisa. Enjoy that. So please check that out. The Old Humble Distilling Company podcast. And then also on Twitter. And every day Joe posts some kind of a piece of obscure knowledge on Twitter, which is fun to follow. So Old Humble Distilling is, I get it, Puget Sound. So yes, a different state, area of Washington State. Evan Williams, worst state for liquor taxes. So I buy by the handle. So, and Larry Lawton would talk about how to make wine in prison. So has an entire episode devoted to that. Oh my God. So I just lost one of my lights here. It's either paranormal or just I gave out. So let me know in the background if you start to see things. I actually had somebody once who watched one of the episodes and was and sent me an email and said, here are certain points in your show, like, 1 minute, 8 seconds or whatever, looking back of you for a ball of light, which starts at the guitar and moves here and then goes there. And yeah, I mean, that was all present in that one episode, but everything seems pretty calm down here. There really isn't any reason why this house, which I've lived in for 20 years, would suddenly start to have paranormal behavior. But yeah, someone had one episode or some pretty hot paranormal activity happening in back here. But like, oh God, I don't know. So Woodford is available at the Northeast Old Humble Distilling Company. I'm not much of a drinker, but like something different here and there. So yeah, and so Joe, Old Humble, am I able to get that in Wisconsin by any means? Is there a way to do that or not, that you can't distribute beyond your state? I don't know. So yeah, it's kind of like when you go to the post office. Is there any, perishables, batteries, things like that? Nope. So you just mail it. So they'll never know. Yeah. But I don't. So a fun part for me right now is I've been doing, and Bacon, this is where, on your show, we can do this. Hey, well, good. I didn't know that. Hold on. So from your website, I can order. Can I do that? Says I can deliver to Wisconsin, just send box to Chicago. So yeah. So I would be very interested in that then. So now the part of the book is the press releases the first two press releases have been done, the AP press releases. So those have been approved. So they're just stationed, right? They're sitting out there and they'll release at different times. That's all. And then there's usually then the media, blitz after that, TV and stuff like that. But then there's another document, which is just the interview document. So that's the front and back one. I've been working on that. So this is Bacon. You can be the first one. I'm going. Lisa's just saying like it can't be sent now to Wisconsin. So yikes. Joe's like, yes, sure we can. Speedy delivery, not a problem. By drone. I don't know. So I guess I don't know if I'd be on the hook on the receiving end of that as much, right? If that would be a bad thing versus the sending end of it, Joe. So I don't know. But imagine like tonight, I could be wearing an Old Humble Distillery sweatshirt down here. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But right now I have a 2-page, it's a front and back as a sheet. So when I go on TV or radio or to events like author events, I give it to the people ahead of time, right? Or not NPR, like, because I'll be on NPR for the book and stuff like that. And I give it to them. I did something similar for School of Airs because I'm like, you obviously probably haven't read the whole book or whatever, but here are like talking points. So if you just go down and ask like a couple of these things, like I can answer them and it'll look like you read the book, and I'm pretty tuned in on these things. So I've been coming through of like, here's my 2 pages. So Bacon, that's where let's do a show, and I'll get this to you, and then you can kind of interview me, but just you'll kind of have the answers, right? You'll know like, so what is finite voltage, or like, what was something unusual that you learned in the book, or tell me about one of the interviews. And so I've got it, just kind of put together. And I've got a couple quotes that I pull out of there too, but that's really helpful because otherwise, like when I first did that, it was hard with interviews because, where do you kind of go? So I always gave that to people at a time. And when I was on the TV in Milwaukee, like that was exactly what they just worked off of, right? I just gave them the notes, and then they just kind of interviewed me like right off of the notes. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing now is to try to make, and that's, you got to do a couple dry runs on that with interviews to make sure that you have interesting stuff, because you only have so much time when you're called for TV, or like if you're doing an author event, you might have 45 minutes generously. Otherwise it's going to be shorter if people are just coming in. And so you like want to have one thing that you kind of can go to. Hey, like chapter 2, essential versus non-essential. Let me tell you about Carl the barber, and he's 77 years old, and we all went through this. We were either essential or non-essential, and he wouldn't close his doors in Ossawa, Michigan. And, so they bolted his doors shut, but then the police said, hey, like, we're on your side. And they eventually fined him for having his comb in his pocket, but then they eventually dropped the fines. But then it gets this bigger story. You're like, right, we've all of us in our occupations either were deemed essential or non-essential. So how do you feel about that? And people are, oh, kind of forgot about it. And yeah, so, do you think that's going to change how people make decisions in their careers, whether or not they're going to be in a career that can potentially be shut down or will they not make a decision, or just personally, will it be something people will be kind of trying to reconcile for years, like Carl the Barber, as the state kept coming after him. So those kind of discussions, right, of trying to get like one point in there. So, or one chapter, like you can give people and say, like, just read this, or like read these 5 pages, and we can spin things off from there. But yeah. So anyway, that's the fun part. Like, I am doing this. So right up here, no, the distillery cannot deliver out of state. That's strictly illegal. But individuals can. I know a lot of individuals. Okay. All right. So we can figure out something. I guess I'm going to be in Texas too. Like, I know, like, Texas is a big state, right? Like, many Wisconsins can fit inside Texas. So it's not like I'm going to be driving all over Texas, but when I'm down in Texas, we can figure out something where I'm going to be meeting some people in Texas. Maybe they can, get some whiskey from Old Humble Distilling Company. I'll make it work. I don't know. It'd be hard to bring that back in the state. So that's why the car goes 170 miles an hour with 310 horsepower. So I only have like 27,000 miles on my car. So I think, they don't make those anymore. Like those big engines and the, high profile tires and stuff like this, like a race car. So it'd be sad. I will do everything I can to keep that thing going for many years. An accident would take it out. That's the thing. But I don't know, maybe not. Things are so valuable today. It probably is worth as much as when I bought it. But Lisa wrote, hey, do we have sweatshirts? That was my question. Do we have sweatshirts? So yeah. Unfortunately, Joe says no. We need shirts to sweat in Houston. So I take a visor. I'm a big visor person. So I have a lot of visors. So yeah, it would be cool. Like Old Humble Distillery on a visor, that'd have a nice look to it. Yeah, I would get a lot of, and I'm the person they recognize. Like, I go up to Superior, Duluth. Like, it's the guy that threw out the pitch on July 31st, 2019. The heater. It's like safety dock day at the ballpark. Look at this. And they'll take pictures, and then in the picture, the Old Humble Distilling. I'll make sure I got the sunglasses off of the hat. And then, they'll be looking at the picture and they'll be like, that was first of all, it was a great day, July 31st, 2019. 83 degrees, slight breeze coming in off of Lake Superior, Duluth 1, 11-0. Just great. It was a great day. And by the way, look at that. What Old Humble Distilling, what is that he's wearing? It's like an endorsement, right? And then they'll look it up and they'll look up the website and they'll be like, you know what? Yeah. I mean, it's already sold at that point. Like, there's no vetting. Once I've got the hat on, it's vetted. Anything I wear, I mean, like the Hoka Ona Onos, I mean, kind of like Zappos probably knew that. Like, they probably have some screen that pops up on the side. And they quickly get over to the Hoka Ona Ono rep and they're like, listen, Doc here wants to get the shoes on some price matching thing, and they would be 50% off. So instead of like $150, it's $75. So it's just selling him a loss. But Doc would wear them. So like advertising, things like that. And of course Hoka Ona Ono is like, make a deal. Like, price match it down to $0, and send them a sweatshirt. Do whatever you have to do. And they're like, just make it happen. Is he still in line? There's a chat. Is he still in there? Yeah. Keep him on the line. Ask him how his day is going, which they did. Of course, they do that with everybody. And then yeah, they made the deal. And of course, Hona Oka Oka or Oka Hoka Ona stock was up big the next day. So somebody inside started to talk. Hey, these shoes are being shipped. Where? Wisconsin Safety Dock? Yeah. Holy God. Can we still get in on a deal? We can, but internally we can only purchase so many shares. We have to kind of structure it. Otherwise, people pick up on stuff like that. It's winter. He's not going to wear them outside a lot. So expect a big, get the shares now because he starts wearing these. And he mentioned he's going down to New Mexico and Salt Lake City trip. So in interviews with the book, I know they typically don't show your feet, but who knows? The number of rules holding us back is absurd. Yeah. It's crazy. We have so I teach school legal issues for aspiring superintendents and aspiring special education directors, and we go by the day. So one of the things right now, Andrew, is some schools aren't able to get enough of the product in for their lunches, right? For hot lunch. So they have to kind of mix and match and make do. Well, the problem with that is it starts to violate the laws of the Department of Ag, saying what schools have to provide. And, you can only provide so much chocolate milk and options versus white milk and things and whatever. And now schools are kind of saying like, it's force majeure in some of these companies. They're saying we can't meet our obligations to you. So, if you're going to get a wheelbarrow of Rice-A-Roni and Kool-Aid, that's the deal. Like that's all we've got for you. And of course, the Department of Ag doesn't give any relief on this, saying, we know it's crazy time, right? We're moving from just-in-time manufacturing over to 3D printing and all this other stuff. But that we're not going to give you a break. We're not going to come out with some statement and give you a break during this. And the states totally are doing the OLE and the organization. That's where my students caught on to this, right? This last class, they were actually saying, well, we're not getting any support from the state on this. Like they're not standing up for us in our organization. I'm like, yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like these organizations that you pay thousands of dollars to be a part of, who hold these expensive conferences, when it comes to things that actually you need them to do, like step up and represent all of your 421 districts to say like, we can't get in our food supplies. So we don't want to be dinged by the Department of Ag, fined and all of these things. Like we need a break, some grace period on this because of not being able to get supply. So all these rules, right? They're battling with them and it's going back and forth with the Department of Ag. And I'm like, you shouldn't have to worry about that. Like, especially now. And by the way, like these rules got way too crazy anyway. But yeah, it's just, so rules when you're biking though, there's zero rules. So, yeah, just stay toward the side of the road. Bacon. Old humble company does not believe in pants except yoga pants. Wow. All right. I don't know where to go with that. Yeah. Bah, ha, 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 bacon. Reminds me of the Count on Sesame Street. So, Lisa kilts are all the way to go. So, yeah, so when I'm out in summer, like I have my lawn chair. I don't know, I guess you call it. I put it at the end of, not the end of my driveway. I put it toward my garage, but it's on my driveway. And I'm just like chilling out, retired guy does. And people walk up and down the road and walk their dogs, stuff like that. But just waving to people. I'm usually out there in my shorts and I get these. You can get NFL apparel like cheap off of. There's a site. I don't know. It's somewhere in Minnesota, but they get this stuff donated by NFL teams, and they sell it for like. So I got like his Houston Texan sleeveless shirts that players wear because it has their name on the inside of it. Like, so it's like the practice stuff that they wear. Yeah, and I forget about this, but anyway, so I'm always like wearing kind of cool like NFL type stuff and just chilling, waving to people. But I took this walk around town and it's about a 7-mile walk. And it goes by an airport in my town and stuff like that. So, and then there's a lake. Like there's a hell of a lot of stuff in the 7 miles. I go by a lake and airport. And I was walking past this assisted living center, and this elderly lady is out, and I assume she probably lived there. She's walking very slowly and down the sidewalk. I kind of walked to the side. This is back. It was pretty warm out, and on this Houston Texans sleeveless shirt, which is player issued, right? And she looks at me and she says, "Sir," she said, "Do you play for the Houston Texans?" I looked at her and I said, "No, ma'am, I do not play for the Houston Texans, but thank you for asking. I do not." And she said, "Sir, if you don't mind answering, do you play for the Green Bay Packers?" And I said, "No, ma'am, I actually do not play for any professional sports teams. I do thank you for asking." And she said, "Well, you have a nice day then." I said, "No, you have a nice day." I said, "You've made my day, so appreciate that." So, and just I mean, I think obviously, like, I don't think anybody else was thinking that, but yeah, I just that was just and it only has the little like logo in the front. It doesn't say Houston Texans, so she knew the logo. But I just thought that was the coolest little genuine thing from this elderly lady too. Like, "Excuse me, do you play for the Houston Texans?" No, ma'am, I do not. So, Old Humble Distilling Company, I believe it. I've already ordered 2 Febreze sport coats tonight based on your endorsement alone. So, yeah, Oscar De La Renta 44 regular. If you happen to see any deals coming through on eBay, let me know. And yeah, so it's a gamble. Like you're usually 2 out of 3 with a sport coat, because you get one in that someone has altered and then it's a throwaway, but goes to Goodwill. But you can get a sport coat between $20 and $30, including shipping. And of course, you're to buy it new, hundreds of dollars, which I'm not going to invest in. And I wore the same sport coat I bought off of eBay on PBS in 2013 and re-Febreze that came back in 2019. But the old Febreze trick is it works really well now that we don't have a dry cleaner in town and I have to gather up everything and take it down to this other dry cleaning place. But yeah, Febreze has been a godsend. Yeah, it is. When I got to class on, the hell was it, Saturday? Well, first of all, the university, the whole building is weird because it is all locked up. Something was wrong they run a fire drill and then the building locked up. They couldn't get it open even with a key. But when I got to my room, it was like 80 some and humid. Like there's heat was just pouring in because it was cold that morning. It's like 27 degrees on the way there on the car. And then, so I had to open up the windows and turn the thermostat down and stuff like that. And then, but then like you're kind of like, sport coat is all like humid and I'm like, oh God. So I had to ice the room down, but wasn't ready for that. Safety over here, just casually describing some insider trading. Yes, insider trading with Hoka Ono. So you know damn well that's going to be rocketing. It's going to be taking up I don't know if that'd probably be Dow. It's not going to be on the NASDAQ necessarily, but it's going to be taking everything up with it. So, yeah, like I said earlier in the show, like General Electric, this extreme white paper where they have these, they've been pioneering with 3D printed foods and they're very, deep into this and like 5 years of research and all this stuff. And I'm like, but as a stock, like that's been a very unfortunate stock personally to own, which I do not own at present time. But for many years though, that thing was, it was like equivalent of owning an anchor, which was coming out of a battleship, and it just kept going down, like it hadn't hit bottom yet. and I'm like, how can such a great reputable company like just be so abysmal? And you're always waiting for the turnaround. I'm like, you make airplane engines and trains and locomotives. Like there's a high barrier of entry into these. I would think you'd be doing better, but no, that never worked. GE. That's actually just like our Texans. They don't admit they play for them either. That's hilarious. So you can always find the best stuff from the worst teams. So New York Jets, like you can find day in, day out, everything Jets, pants, shorts, cleats, bags, hats, player issues, because they don't want it. Like they're not keeping any of this stuff. So yeah, you just follow the bad teams, and there's a plethora of merch, and they make the stuff up, and then no one wants it or buys it. So yeah, that's why the Texan stuff is like right now on the site, like it's all over the place. And I picked up some Miami Dolphin stuff like a year or two ago. Like, so you'll never get the hot teams, like that just isn't happening. But yeah, and some of it's like, it's got little rips and tears in it, which I'm fine with. Like I can mend that. I mean, but because it's NFL grade, like it's really, you can't buy this stuff other places. And so I don't have any problem with buying stuff used off of eBay like that. There's no shame in my game when it comes to that. Reminder that of all sales that pink NFL merchandise, less than 10% actually go to breast cancer research. So yeah, I think I knew that from somewhere. And then I also was reading the NFL has a very strict, they review the shoes before you can wear shoes. If, certain things that you can do to your shoes, you can't cover up the logo and of the Nike or Adidas or whatever it is you're going. But yeah, most charities are scams. I don't know. It could be SAST. Yeah. I'm not necessarily supporting the charity as much as I just want the item, and it's cheap, and it comes out of Minnesota. So it's here in like 2 days. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm just getting it because no one else really sells it. It's kind of neat though, because you can find a player, usually they have a name tag that they iron in the back of these things, and the player's number and the name. And then I'm like, oh, this belonged to whatever, this player. And then you look him up, and I'm like, this belonged to this dude. So, but I won't worry. It doesn't have names on it. They don't sell anything that has player names on the outside. It's all non-identifiable practice information. So I don't know. Febreze is what I use on bed sheets before a girl comes over if I don't have time to wash them. Works in a pinch. Febreze, yeah, saved our cat pissed couch. And we sold it then at a garage sale. Like we got it outside, and we're able to Febreze it enough and get enough sunlight on it where it was able to go. Thankfully, our cats don't do that now. But Febreze, though, for sport goat, like that needs its own show to have one episode on that, because that has been a lifesaver, especially now that dry cleaning places have shut down. At least in my town and the next town over, they're gone. They'll never come back. They've been here for 70 years because people aren't going to the office and having things dry cleaned in. So like when you start to have parts of your wardrobe, which are the sport coat and things like that, like it's not feasible to go to dry cleaners. It's expensive. So if you can Febreze, and it doesn't, if you have there's a technique to it, so it doesn't stain it all to hell. Like you turn it inside out, and I've got it down. I can teach a class on that. Be like a 1-credit class. There is definite shame in the Texans game. 5 points. Yeah, I saw that. Texans are bad. Randall Cobb, what is it? Oh, Wiley, Marcellus Wiley got out of there and got on the Packers. So good for them. It plays and good for JJ Watt, Wisconsinite here, to get out of there and get over to the undefeated Arizona Cardinals. I still have my OJ Simpson jersey. Does that count? Yeah. Yikes. Remember when not Keith Hernandez, but Hernandez played for the Patriots, and he was arrested for murder. And then the Patriots did a jersey swap where you could bring your Hernandez jersey because they didn't want people wearing them. So you could bring it in and get a Gronkowski or Brady jersey. Do you guys remember that? That was a thing at Gillette Stadium at their pro shop back when all of that went down because of the public relations stuff. They were swapping out those jerseys. So not Keith Hernandez, though. He was the baseball player. Keith Hernandez. 1979 MVP. He got like 11 Golden Gloves. Lisa, what did I say the shows was going to be about? So this is also why anybody wants to contact me and say, hey, like I'm willing to be your co-host, at least for a part of the time. Like most of these shows don't go this long, although it seems like most of them now kind of go this long, but I would take that. I would be like, yes, do that. I would like to have like a co-host. So take me up on the offer. So Old Humble World of Whiskey. Okay. You have a whole episode about hobo laundry. Yeah. Interesting. Hobo laundry. Hey, you, Lisa, still have the Astros to root for. Yes. Lisa, again. Whoa. Bacon, wash the damn sheets. Yeah. Yikes. When I was in college, we lived in the same apartment for my 12 credits. You're a wild man. You work 2 at them? It's a lot. I think I took like 18 credits every semester when I was in college. I think I did 18, but that was like, well, then I had some part-time job too, but not full-time. But yeah, when I was in college, so we lived at this horrible apartment, which was fine, like 3 college guys, and we never vacuumed once in 3 years. So when we moved out, we asked the neighbor next to us, these two girls, and like, hey, like, you got a vacuum cleaner? Like, can we borrow it? So, and she had this like really nice vacuum cleaner. So like proud of this vacuum cleaner, and so we borrow it, and it was like vacuuming on the beach. It was just like sucking up all of the sand off this like old horrible carpet. When we moved in, the couch was on cinder blocks. There were no legs on the couch, and we left it there. You couldn't get in. And the only way you could get in is if you took the big windows in the front of the apartment, take them out. You could get it out that way. But and we returned this thing to her, and literally it had a bag. It didn't have like the Dyson thing. And it is heavy. I mean, and we're just like taking it down, and you could tell like she was just so sad when we knocked on the door. Like my roommate Craig and I, and hey, like, thanks for letting us use your vacuum cleaner. And she's like, oh, what'd you do? And I'm like, you probably have to empty the bag. And oh yeah, I feel bad about that. But hey, what do you do? And yeah, it was a horrible place. And we wrote all of our scores on the wall in marker for Sega football. So we'd run entire seasons. Like we would play 16 game season in playoffs, and then we'd write the scores and the stats, rushing and all of that. So an entire wall was just covered with all these stats. And we had to repaint over that with like the special paint that covers up marker and do all of that stuff. And yeah, it was the amount of video games. Like we'd do these whole seasons. And one of my roommates, Craig. So back in that day with the Sega, like you'd do the whole seasons, but then when it came to playing the other person, like, so if I was like the Packers and Nate was, the Jets or something like that, or whatever it was, but Craig was never really good at that. So he would always like barely beat the computer, like the computer game was the one you won 70-0 when you're just playing the computer. And he would always struggle. You watch him like try to duke it out with a 8-bit processing computer back in 1992. Like, how the hell, dude? We'd always have to jump in, like if he was going to lose, like, give me the controller. Like we can't have you not in the playoffs. He'd barely eke in, like with a 9-7 record. But I mean, oh God, those are good times. Those are absolutely good times. And my roommate Nate, one time he went see a pickup truck, and when he went home, Craig and I put someone's bike in the back of his pickup truck. he didn't realize it until he got home. And he's like, whose bike is that? I'm like, dude, the guy's upstairs. Like, you took their bike. You got it back. I don't know. That was also like, he worked at UPS. And so he'd have to go in like at midnight. So like midnight to 6. And back then it was pretty good pay, college student, and Craig and I would go out and be like, 0 degrees outside, and we'd take buckets of water, and we would just keep working out. And there was like a laundry room we could get this water. And we pour it over his windshield, And then we would stick things like brownies and stuff like that. And then he'd get out there and you have to go to work, right? And to be chipping away at this ice, is a little patch so I could see and drive through. I know it sounds horrible. It was horrible, but or else like we'd pour oil into his muffler, and then as you go, it'd be smoking stuff. Like, oh my God, the rings are going bad on your truck. Is it safe to drive? It's up to you, man. Why don't you drive it and then come back and we'll see where it is. By that time, like the oil would burn out and stuff, but you'd be paranoid. But yeah, I don't know here, man. I mean, it's your injectors are going. Can tell. So you have a whole episode about hobo laundry. Here we go again. We're over a whole conversation while David is monologuing over there. Yeah, we're over here. It's funny. I work 90 hours a week. I'm taking 12. That's crazy. So, but if you're going to do it, like go all out, right? I mean, why not? Yeah, no, I know I know you put in insane hours. Yeah, your friend Aaron Clary always talks about that. He's like, Anthem is one of the hardest working people that I know. Old Humble is saying, or Bacon is saying, true, laugh aloud. Yes, Lisa, I wash my sheets for the last one. That's what happens when I get enough of a warning. Yikes. All right. So let us do a recap here. In the 1980s, we had warehouses. In the 1990s into the 2000s, we had just-in-time manufacturing where things got produced and they got on a semi or a boat or a train and were taken to where they were distributed or to the customer. That got better and better and better as technology and logistics increased. But we're now looking at, well, what if we just have 3D printers in homes or at the Napa store, like your auto parts store, and you have to get something and they just punch in your code or your part number and it just makes it so in real time. And that's where we're heading rapidly. This isn't an experimental technology. It's already existing. It just hasn't scaled. As I said, I have a friend who is having significant portions of his home 3D printed. I mean, not is as in looking forward as is right now. Like his home is being constructed and they have 3D printed, walls and, things like that into this house. So it will be this rapid disruption. It's going to hit us. So the question that comes up, right, supply chains and all of this is to understand that it's not just trying to get back to just-in-time manufacturing. It's the fact that we're getting closer to the tipping point of heading over toward 3D. It's kind of like this whole thing with electric cars, right? At some point, there just won't be internal combustion engines for cars made, right? There's certain companies already have said like 2028 is our last model or the last new engine will release for internal combustion. So you'll have this tipping points. Same thing with 3D. So I think that actually gives more perspective on why this isn't being resolved as fast as it is. And I think it's because the big players in investing don't want to invest in fleets of semis and fleets of transportation when that isn't, and by the time you scale that stuff up, you're going to be further down the road closer to 3D printing on a commercial level and on a personal level. So, why do you want to do that? It's like kind of perfecting the last ice box before you get to the plug-in electric refrigerator. Like there's some point when it just isn't going to make sense to perfect the ice box. You've got to go to the new technology. The market's not going to be there. It's going to be the shift. So there's some definite exciting aspects of that. Now, the thing is we weren't going to catch up with that 3D printing stuff until maybe 8 years from now. But because of the pandemic, it's tossed us forward toward that, just like it did with telemedicine, just like it did for remote work, just like it did for remote education. All those things got thrown ahead through the black swan event, which I wrote about in my book and kind of how that happens. So a lot of, we're just not ready to do that interface yet. It'll happen. But it is kind of a quirky, it's real uncomfortable right now because you're not trying to get back to just in time. You're trying to kind of patch up just in time and not have entropy in it where it just kind of falls apart until you can make the transition to 3D. So printing. It's kind of this whole thing with like singularity, which is another podcast, right? We know, by like 2042, maybe there'll be some singularity between AI and human thinking, right? We kind of see it already with self-driving vehicles and stuff like that, but there are enough studies to indicate that that's likely going to happen. So then, this will be a good show too, like singularity of what things do you really have to know when you can offload a lot of knowledge into the cloud? Like you're not going to have to know the 50 states. All this stuff will just be there. You'll have wearables. It'll bring up all this information. And remember the old days when they said, hey, you got to do the math because you're not going to have a calculator with you all the time. Well, yeah, I do. Like I have one with me all the time now. So what then do we know, and how do we interface with information and kind of the robotics in our world, which will just be more and more prevalent. It's kind of like iRobot, not that far out, but like maybe really early integration of that. So it also brings in this really deep discussion, if you guys are up for it, of agency and purpose. Like, how do you find, and I had this on an earlier podcast, like maybe in the first 20, 30 podcasts I was talking to some computer engineers, and the question was like, if you could live for 500 years, would you want to? And how might you find agency and purpose in that? I don't know. It's really, I think you'd have a lot of people who'd be very depressed, right? It would be hard to focus. Agency and purpose would be very unusual if you had a time you live for like 500 years when you're used to humanity living for 100 years or less. Bacon, why did I not ask Doc about the feds are going to treat 3D printed firearms? Yeah, that's Matthew Hoover can go through all of that with us. He knows that. Obviously as a firearms dealer, and Matthew and I talked about that once on his show. So like if I go on Matthew's show, it's kind of interesting because like 4,000 people watching. But yeah, he knows in what parts of a gun you can print and what you can't, and what constitutes or what you can etch out. It's not my area. I don't know that. I'm more into slingshots. It's kind of my thing. So Lisa's saying there's been a lawsuit on 3D printed weapons. Yeah. So that, and I was talking about that with Matthew Hoover, and some people in his chat got, very like emotional, kind of defensive and attacking him, and they can't sue us. And if it's, I'm like, well, I'm not the expert on this. I'm just telling you though, the technology, right? And we had Zippy in here before, it was really, really into that. That guy is a genius when it comes to intellectual property stuff that he sends me and the researches. So it's an alias that he uses in here, but the stuff he does with that is amazing. But they can match that stuff up, right? And intellectually proprietary things. And then also, if you're producing, I think a thing with a weapon is right in distribution, anything with that. So again, I can bring Matthew on sometime to give his knowledge with that. He got not subpoenaed, indicted by the government, and had to go to Florida over some of his, I don't know if it was interpretation or production of stuff. I don't know exactly. He talked about it on his website, so there's more about it. So, but yeah, so not an area, again, so Lisa's having a good night. So yes, see you next week, Lisa. And I got to get in here. How would living for 500 years affect the economy and unemployment? Yeah, right. So, that's a great question, Joe. What would you do for a job? Now people have a job for a year or two and they switch to something else. So how would that look? What would be the meaning of a World Series, for example, or a Super Bowl when, today I'm alive and this is my 450th Super Bowl, that I've watched on TV. These things would lose their purpose, and this whole transitive aspect of life, of a beginning and living and kind of an end, is very important. This whole transitive nature, and as we see in finite voltage and crowd and behavior, when people don't have those defined endings to things, especially in chaos, it's a really hard psychological hurdle to come over. Like, what is my agency and purpose? And that's why I am kind of glad I'm not living during a pandemic, but I'm kind of glad I lived through like the 70s and 80s and 90s, and recall those times, because I think it's kind of going to be very mismatched to a lot of these things in the future. So Goremonger, oh my goodness. Old Humble Bacon, that's a problem for future hurts. Yes. Actually, I'd love to second share a whole conversation with you about living for fun. Yeah, I would. Yeah. So either like here or there with your show. Because right. I mean, logistically, what does that mean? I mean, in body repairs and parts and what does it mean for things that you produce, for your proprietary intellectual property? It's I think agency and purpose to me becomes the most strained. Like, if you get to be 200 years old and you still have time to go, like, what do you do? And the newness, right? The newness moves us through things. Once you become familiar with things, we know this in the pandemic too, of when you don't have new authentic experiences, time just kind of flattens out for you, this weird time dilation effect, which I wrote about. And I actually had a couple experts in the area read it to make sure that I had it right and kind of help me tune it. Doc, you love slingshots. Yes. When I was growing up, I had quite a few like very professional type slingshots. I didn't hunt with them, but I did kind of marksman stuff with them. Imagine how much knowledge and wisdom, this is Cameron, could accumulate in a 500-year life. Yeah. You could be the world's expert in a tremendous headway in research. Yeah. Yeah. And, Tom Scott does videos on this stuff of like, what would it, let's say that your body just gets replaced every 100 years, right? That your mind somehow gets scanned, your neural network, and 99.97% of your mind then gets brought into a new brain, gets programmed in, and you have a new body then. But your expertise, but wouldn't everybody become an expert? I mean, it's one of these weird things too, of like, wouldn't everybody have the bionic ability, the bionic implants to be professional athletes at a highest level and responses? And at what point does that stuff kind of go, really in a strange way? Joe at Old Humble Distilling, I'm thinking about the problems we had with the boomers living so much longer than their parents and clogging up the employment channels and management ranks for new employers. Yeah. And that was people who were, working in their 60s and 70s. Imagine now. And yeah, I mean, it is mind boggling, but also, there's a realism to having to think about these things. Imagine how cynical one can be in 500 years. Yeah. What does politics look like if you're 500 years old? And, this is crazy. Joe wrote to Cameron, think of how many advancements and revolutionary processes would be blocked by people who have done it this way for centuries and it works for us. Right. I didn't think about that, but change is hard for people. So you are going to have people want to hold on to their Taurus, which I wrote about in School of Airs and have talked about on TV, or the sense of similarity. And you're more likely to stick with a sense of similarity versus advance, right? That's why right now it's like really hard for people to think about 3D printed meals or 3D printed parts at AutoZone and stuff like that. But, and Joe wrote here at Old Humble to Bacon, I know, right? Basically the population currently by 6 boom. Yeah. What do you do with all the people? Like, and how does, oh my God. I think most people go insane after a couple body renewals. I think so too. I know there was this episode of Futurama, right? Where what is it? Bender, the robot, just goes in, pays his quarter at the death machine, right? He goes in it, and then it says, "Well, Blaze cut him up," and that's just be the end of him. But there is like this realistic sarcasm to that, right? Like, if you lived so many years, he's a sentient robot, right? But it's a comedy show. But there would be a really challenging point of what your agency and purpose and will to live would be if you got out 200-300 years, and especially if you knew, barring some extreme events, maybe there's this way that your neural network is always uploaded. If something happened to you, a meteor comes down and hits you and wipes you out, that if you paid enough money or whatever, had this in an account, they could just reproduce you into another body. Like technically that would be possible. We're writing movie scripts now. Boomer's persistence basically crashed the cemetery and funeral industry in the late 90s. Yeah. One of the things, Joe, too, is like when I bike, I go through like old, and I bike through cemeteries, or I walk through old cemeteries and stuff too. It's like, for me, and that's an interesting show in and of itself. Like I have a hard time like wrapping my head around why the resources we put into these expensive grave markers and funerals and all of this type of stuff. And I have a friend who's a mortician, and said pumping chemicals and formaldehyde into people and stuff like that. But I just in a lot of these cemeteries, these stones they're just, especially in Wisconsin, heaving of the soil because of frost and stuff. They're kind of they're tilting over, and they're generations 100 years old, so people aren't tending to them anymore, and they're just, and it's sad. And you look again, the amount of resources that kind of go into that, and I don't know, it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. Another problem with living that long is time goes faster the older you get. It's already bad enough if you're 80, not 480. Yeah, it goes faster because one of the reasons I write about this in my book is you don't have as many authentic new experiences. You've already done the stuff. You've probably done it 50 times or 100 times already. So when you don't have authentic experiences, everything is already familiar, quickly patterned in your mind. It's just like zoom, 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 zoom. It's the authentic experiences that give you that sense of a slowing down of time. It's like, if you meet somebody new or a new job, and or some new place that you go, time kind of slows because you're taking that in. That would be gone. Lumble, the actual solution would be, no kidding, Battle Royale, the Hunger Games. Yeah, yikes. The movie 6th Day explored that scenario of just replicating memories in the clone bodies. Yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Like when you hit singularity, then the questions start to come up of, well, when do you have augmented bodies, right? Of technology and bionics and things like that. And Blade Runner. Oh God, I remember Blade Runner. Periodic wars and plagues would solve that. Yeah, you definitely would have. I wonder what the wars would look like, right? If they'd be fought with people, or are people going to have robots fighting the wars, right? I haven't watched the newer era one. If you were to live to 500 years old, but had to stop aging at a certain point, at what age would the optimal age to live for 500? I don't know. Personally, I think if I could have all of my senses and faculties pretty much intact, right? That not a degraded existence significantly. I guess I would say like 120 for me, and that would be it. And I'm fine with that. Like I'm totally fine to say like this. Boom. That's a weird thing. What if there's a social system where saying if you go beyond a certain age, there's a higher percentage that you have to pay into the system, or there's some retroactive thing where it takes more of your property or assets? I don't know. Who knows what this looks like from a tax and services standpoint? It's really weird. So, obviously a few things here. Subscribe, thumbs up here as I get into the final windup. Subscribe and thumbs up. Tell your friends about the show. If we can get up to 1,000 subscribers, it would be terrific, right? It would be big exposure for the show to get to 1,000 subscribers. I think we can get there. I mean, big leaps. And I appreciate that. Been back into regular programming, and this is the most honest book about the school safety industrial complex, School of Errors. Please consider buying it. It is a terrific read, and especially if you're a parent, this is very valuable. and then leave a review on Amazon, even if it's one sentence. Just please, get me beyond the 43 reviews and, get me back. I want to get toward 50, reviews. So let's go through and wrap up in the chat here. Early 30s for men, early 20s for women. God, that's funny. I pick a millennia. Fuck it. Let's see what happens. Wow. So, yeah, if we could be flying around space and stuff like that. And Andrew S. Imagine just how compound interest you could get to. There was an episode of Futurama on that where the kid, was put into, like a deep sleep for, centuries, and then came out, and then he had like 8 cents in the bank. And by the time he got out, he was like the richest person around because of, just it compounded. So, but that episode clearly didn't account for taxes on unrealized capital gains. I will see all of you die. I'm going to miss you all. Yeah. Well, so you can always point people back to that video, right? That whatever exists in YouTube or gets replicated out there of July 31st, 2019, when Doc, throughout the opening pitch on Safety Doc Day at the ballpark in Duluth, Minnesota, was still one of the absolute best. It was a family event too. My whole family was there, so it's just a good time. If you ever get the chance to throw out a baseball at the start of a baseball game, do it. There is nothing like hearing the organ music, right? Which is just right, and the people kind of cheering and getting out there, and sunny day in the sun, and just to have that experience. And it was one of the coolest things I did. And then they took a lot of pictures too, and then they gave them to me, emailed them to me. So I have some really neat, kind of photos from that too. But it was just a very special thing. So it was good. It's really good. Atham, don't get stuck in a cave for 500 years. Yeah, that would be bad. That'd be bad. All right, everybody. So a week from today is Lisa Lenny. Lisa Lenny. She's an attorney. She's from Texas. She's brilliant. She's funny. She was on in the chat tonight. She's going to be the guest. We're going to talk about what happens when a school is sued by parents, specific to COVID, what is happening from the parent side. We're going to walk you through some of that, like what the TV shows and what you're not going to see on TV, because a lot of these suits are being filed, what's happening on the school side, and what then are some other variables that no one thinks of that are kind of happening in addition to that, because we're going to see more of this. And so who's going to prevail? Is it going to be the parents? Is it going to be the schools? Are there going to be things that school are going to be forced to do differently? What's going to all play out of this? So we're going to go through that. It's going to be really good. Get in chat and give her all kinds of hell. Yeah, you know her better than I do. So yes, give her all kinds of hell. Yes. So I think Lisa's really cool. And again, she helped me greatly with a class that I taught on Saturday of just I put together some talking points, and I just ran them past her on some of the stuff, and she helped frame that really, really fast. So I'm like, thank you. Gotcha. All right. So everybody, I have this graphic. All right. Thank you so much. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe, tell your friends, consider a review for School of Errors after you read it, right? And next week, appreciate it, everybody. Safety Doc. Have a good one.